time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sound, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely found this one, crashing pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul that
follow my pace.
we the champions, screaming I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the
the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, dark to light. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day put in work. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, dark to light. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, dark to light. Wouldn't fight fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are,
give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime. Honor kings,
Yes, we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 2 seconds. We got honor. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules.
Welcome to KPL 2025 summer season. We are at the grand finals. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu, and with me today is none other than Sagi. How are you doing, man?
Well, Kin, I cannot lie to you. Even if I say that I'm not stoked for the upcoming matchup between AG and Waybo Gaming, I gotta be lying because these two teams, they went through a hell of a gauntlet, especially for Waybo Gaming right now. They are standing toe-to-toe with AG at the grand finals of the KPL Summer Season 2025.
Yes, and Waybo Gaming have beat AG before. Now, I'm very sure all of you know, hey, AG is number 1 in KPL. They are one of the strongest, if not the strongest team currently in the season itself and previous seasons as well. But let's talk a little bit about the stats here. Coach Lin, for the side of Waybo Gaming, has had a fantastic no-loss record at the Hangzhou arena, which is where they are at right now.
Oh yeah, so it's between AG getting their 5th consecutive win in a row, or will Coach Lin of Waybo Gaming maintain his 100% win rate of, Grand Finals in Hangzhou? So it's a bit of a two-sided coin, right? Where you have one story of AG being this unbeatable legend, 5 straight championships, or Coach Lin, another legend, 100% win rate in Hangzhou Grand Final. So one legend, one story will be broken today, and a legacy will be forged as well for one of these two teams.
It feels like you're talking about my ranked games where I'm looking at the win rate. I don't want to drop my win rate, but nonetheless, of course, this one's a very important day, right? All 5 members. I think it's a little bit more pressurizing for Waybo Gaming because they're farm laner, roam, and mid. This is their first time in the grand finals altogether.
First time in front of such a large crowd in the KPL Grand Finals. You gotta wonder, will these rookies or these first timer in the Grand Finals, will they feel the jitter? Because it's been a while since we've seen Waybo Gaming go all the way to the Grand Finals, even to win it all. I think it's about almost 2,000 days already.
Yes, and I definitely think they have to, right? I imagine going into a Grand Finals for the first time ever, you're playing in a live audience that is, I presume it's going to be at least 5 figures worth of audiences down there. You are going to be stressed.
Imagine 10, 20,000 people just looking at you go against one of the best team in KPL history up until today. You gotta be feeling like, hey, you have that motivation, or that motivation will haunt you as well because of all the pressure being put onto you. But it's Waybo Gaming. We've seen very, very clean games from their lower bracket run all the way to the Grand Finals, beating out teams such as TTG, beating out teams such as Wolves Esports. So they are no pushover, and they really deserve their spot in the Grand Finals alongside with AG. So today, Kin, I feel that we're gonna have an absolute banger of a 7-game series.
Yes, and not just us, everyone in the comments, we see you as well. I think everyone wants the same thing, right? We want to go to game number 7. Now, depending on what side you're on of this coin, if you're an AG fan, you definitely want them to win with a 4-1, 4-2. You don't want to go into the ultimate battle. But for us on the desk, I think game number 7 is definitely where we want to head to.
Ooh, game number 7, and so far from the last few days of our KPL English broadcast, we have yet to get a best of 7 fully played out. It's either 4-1 or 4-2. We have yet to see an ultimate battle being brought out by one of the best regions in the world right now, being KPL.
Yes, so game number 7, let's run through a little bit of what's going to happen today. If you're new to HOK, don't worry, we'll walk you through this. Let's talk a bit about that global band pick format. Sagi, what is the global band pick format?
Alright, to keep it simple, in a best of 7 series, in a HOK tournament or competitive scene, once you pick one hero, let's say you picked Long already, Long can no longer be picked for the next upcoming 5 games, but once it hits game number 7, the game automatically switches to a blind pick mode where all heroes previously banned will be all available for both of these two teams to draft a perfect lineup, or the most confident lineup they have shown for the entirety of the tournament here. So first 6 games, you're playing about strats, you're playing about pick and bans, you're thinking like, okay, this game, I want to go for this perfect lineup. The second game, I want to draft a not so expensive lineup. But all of that built towards that game number 7, where both of these two teams go 3-3, that's where the ultimate battle, blind pick, comes in.
That's right, and you're doing it blind, like you said. So you don't know what heroes are being picked on the other side, you don't know what common spells as well. And that's what we all love about the ultimate battle, because you really will put your best foot forward, and then it really comes down to execution. You can have the best draft, but whether you're allowed to make use of your full strength of your composition, that is the difference maker in KPL.
Exactly, like 10 of the same hero lineup from both of these two teams can happen as well, but just like you said, Kin, it boils down to execution. It boils down to whoever can handle the mental pressure, can convert that motivation, that excitement, the adrenaline to push that one more key play to secure themselves the game 7 victory. But you know, Game 7 is still far away. We have yet to even start Game 1 as of now, but coming into this Grand Finals, man, oh man. Two of these two teams, they have their own distinct storyline here, but only one of them will come out victorious today.
That's right, and it's also a battle of like the FMVP skins, right? We have Lin Heng with his Jing FMVP skin. We also have Eno with his FMVP R Li. We also have the Princess Frost coming out from Sheng in the mid lane of AG as well. So many strong players on both sides. It really comes down to who can handle the pressure at the current moment, who has the better brain in terms of the coach's mindset, and then of course the execution really comes down to make this a very clean series for a best of 7 today.
And talking about achievements, right? So coming into this series, Zoe will be a focal point as well to be KPL's #1 jungler up to date or based on the entire legacy. If he and AG secures this victory, he will be crowned as one of the best, if not the best jungler in KPL's entire history. We're not talking about 2025, 2024, where he's had an excellent run of AG, but the entire start of KPL until now. If he wins today's series, he will be crowned the best jungler of all time.
In fact, I think this is a continuing storyline from the previous season. Spring season, it was Zoe as well, who was the FMVP. He was the best jungler back then. Now, it is being challenged by Lin Heng on the side of Waybo Gaming. So, will they be able to make history and create a legacy for themselves on each side? One of them has to fall, but you know, it comes at a very heavy cost because you need your team to be at the top as well.
If it's not today, when will you be in peak condition right now? Timers on your top hand side right now. 1 minute and 12 seconds before we head into our first and last series of today for the KPL Summer 2025 here, kid.
Yes. Okay, so we want to manage your expectations. Now, we have seen a little bit of what goes on behind the stage, and we have to say, right, it is extremely exciting. The graphics are super cool. So when we head to the stage to introduce the players, keep your eyes peeled because you do not want to blink or miss a second of it.
Man, my oh my, 40 seconds in and we are about to be witnessing one of the best series so far in 2025, especially in the KPL region, because we, for HOK fans out there, we're still learning, progressing as a global region, right? So being able to learn from the best of the best will truly improve the global region to a different level. Or maybe one of these days, we might be able to challenge them.
Really? You want to be a player?
Not me, come on, not me. But we're talking about our global players, right? So our global pros, MKL, PKL, IKL, maybe they have what it takes to challenge these KPL teams, just like what Nova did back in KWC. But hey, let's put our focus back on today's series right now. Waybo Gaming versus AG. Focal points, definitely. We have AG's jungle Zoe and Yinwo, and also Weibo's Lin Heng and Max. But let's check out the live venue, the live footage of this KPL show.
夏天好像总是和烟火一样，也像烟火一样短暂。
我想用我能想到的所有方式把它留住，用照片把光影定格在最热烈的时刻。
用画笔定格蝉鸣与晚霞，
还有每个人的笑脸。
把那些难忘的声音都悄悄装进口袋。
夏天该拼尽全力，
用力绽放。和最好的伙伴一起感受彩虹。
把我们的名字写进故事里，
留下属于我们的印记。
有时候我也会想，如果没有走上赛场，我会成为怎样的自己？
不行，立马再退。
那些一起经历的瞬间，还是会在记忆里闪闪发光。像风中起舞的衣衫，像旗帜在光里舒展。
你怎么还要看一眼他呀？
阳光穿透树叶，像金色的雨落在脸颊。像仙女棒轻舞的星火，像荧光棒汇聚的海浪。每一次拼尽全力的呐喊，每一次观众击掌的声浪，像雷声在心口炸开。
也许我从未站上赛场，但我依然怀抱着同样炙热的青春。
如果可以，我希望夏日最后的烟火是金色的雨。我们站在这里的每一个人，都是无数个自己的回响。现在的我们，把全部的可能都交给这个夏天。
Alright, so you have seen it, we have told you about it. This is the stage, this is the production value. It's absolutely crazy. The players will be walking in soon. AG will be our first team to enter the stage. Chengdu AG Super Play. And this is their main tagline. It means having glory in your heart, you can do whatever it takes to march forward. And in the clash lane, run!
And this is the man in the clash lane of AG Super Play. Miraculous plays. And in the jungle, Zhou Yi. He is one of the FMVP players. He is one of the FMVP players coming into the jungle role. His spring performance has been one of the best, if not the best, out of all the junglers here. He wants to cement himself as one of the best, if not the best, junglers of the KPL's entire history. Coming up next will be mid lane, AG Sheng, the mastermind behind the Princess Frost hero. He is crowned as the Princess Frost legend. Every time we go to a Game 7, we will see this legend bring out the Princess Frost and finding all these crucial engages to freeze the enemy and secure the win for his team. Next up will be AG Yinhuo in the farm lane. Lastly in the Romero, AG Shuai.
That was your first contender, AG. It is time for the second member and second team to come in, Waybo Gaming. Let's see who's gonna come out of this stage first. We start off with the clash lane. Zimo, this guy has been on a tear so far. Joining the fray, it is the #1 jungler from Waybo Gaming. We're gonna see Ling Hen take the stage. And of course, looking to dominate the mid lane, we have Pingyue. And in the farm lane, he will tax everything. Welcome to the stage, Max. And to complete the formula, we have our roamer, Mengxi. Welcome him to the stage. So
And on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, these two will be your grand finalists of today. The Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center Gymnasium will be your grand finals location. Check out the blue, check out the red. That is the people, the fans supporting these two teams, filling up this stadium here in Hangzhou.
That's right, and it's also called as the bird's nest, right? So if you didn't know, bird's nest is good for your body, so watch more KPL HOK as we dive straight into game number 1. Beijing Waybo Gaming on the blue side, Prio side, with a 28.6% win rate. AG on the other side, red side, much higher, 65%.
AG is the name of the game with the primary red we're talking about, right? But hey, it's a clean slate going to this best of 7. Both these two teams are 0-0 in terms of scoreline here. We have both these two coaches here. We have Coach Lin coming in for Waybo Gaming, the mastermind coming in for WB's draft. On the side of AG, we have Coach ZWY handling the tactics, the real life strategies to really counteract this team.
So this is a very important marker, right? Because the first part of the game always comes down from the BP, the band pick phase. And this is where the battle of the minds are so important. You need to equip your teams with the appropriate tools to be able to win that first game of the series. And going into this, I'm thinking both teams, they're going to go with the meta 0 picks. They want to have a very strong start.
I agree, but do you remember here, Ken? The AG we've seen so far for the past few months, they love to give you 2 game head start. Going to 0-2, it's like they're found their comfort zone and they just bounce back immediately here. But coming to game number 1, all gamers, I'm thinking here, are they putting priority into Yinhuo already? Are we gonna see the Lady Sun combo coming in with one of the roamers here, or are we gonna see his signature early coming out just the start of the series?
Many things to consider. Haiye already banned out. I'm thinking we might get the Master Lupan ban as well, depending on how they want to play this. Because when Haiye is banned, that opens up so many doors. You can take a look at your Mega Tanks, you can take a look at the Guan Yu, you can take a look at the Ma Chao. These are signature picks, and of course, you never allow Kaboom in game number 1.
Oh yeah, Kaboom, so much consistency in terms of poking, so much map pressure here, allowing these pokes, these bombs to land onto the backline here. But we see a Direnjie being locked away again from Waybo Gaming towards AG's Yinhuo here. So we might be seeing one of the most common counters, which is the Master Luban combo here, because when we see Direnjie being banned out, this means they would want to go for the Luban number 7.
Yeah, exactly right. And they have left it open. Master Lupan is open for the picking. Does Waybo Gaming snap it up? I mean, if you want to take it, this is the only time you have.
This is the only time you have, but you've got to think, yes, we go for the Master Luban here. If you're AG, if you're all gamers, sure, you take it. Probably we might see something like a Maestro Nui. We might see something like the Jing, the Charlotte, the Guan Yu here, just to lock down this pesky little Luban double combo here. So, what is the answer here coming in from all gamers?
Okay, so going for a slightly longer reach, right? Yu Huan probably going to go into the roam position. I like this idea. They also want to go for a very fast-paced, early game-centric gameplay. This is going to come in the form of the pay. Now, of course, this is a guaranteed Luban number 7 pick, I think, on the side of Waybo Gaming. I think they might want to save their jungler for the last pick. Let's take the Clash lane, right? You want to take that Byron away from the pay combination.
Ooh, we will see the Luban being locked in first. So Byron may be a potential pick as well coming to game number 1, but it is none other than the Fatih being locked in for the side of Waybo Gaming here. So one of these strong backline access Clash laners has been denied from all gamers run pool, hero pool here. So what is the deciding factor here coming in from all gamers here? It will be none other than Yinhuo's Aoyin being locked in here. Long, one of the high burst marksmen in the farm lane, will be locked in for Yinhuo.
I like this, right? So you have 2 big burst potentials, one in the form of the Lung, the other in the form of the Pei. And here's the beautiful thing. It kind of negates that escape mechanism by that Luban Master, right? It doesn't matter whether you are able to pull the Luban number 7 away. Once Yinhuo gets his hands on you, especially with the Flaming Palms, once it's connected to you, it will follow you regardless of how far you're pulled behind.
That is a very good point here, and especially we see Zoe having a 100% win rate on Pei. I remember that one moment that Zoe back in KPL Spring 2025, his pay was the lifesaver, the hyper carry coming in from AG, allowing them to secure that Grand Finals victory back in spring.
Yes, it was a very calculated move. He knew exactly when to enter as well. I know and remember very clearly that moment you were talking about. But let's take a look at the bans as well. They take out the Guan Yu, one of the signature picks against Master Luban and Luban number 7 combination, simply because they are stuck together at the heap, which means you will be able to cast a fishing net with the Guan Yu, and that's not ideal for the side of Waybo Gaming. Now, AG, they take away the Mai Shiranui. They don't want to allow that early game growth from the Mai.
And if you think about it, right, yes, you are playing around the Master Luban and Luban combination here, but you're Waybo Gaming. You have the fatigue already here. So you talk about this. You can either melt the tank along with the fatigue plus Luban combo, or you can drop even more dive material here on the side of Waybo Gaming to pair up with the fatigue here. So there's a lot of flexibility coming in from this Master Luban.
True. Ideally they would have wanted to take the Ukyo Tachibana, but unfortunately that has been banned away. They take a Xiao Qiao for the side of all gamers, which is great. Huge burst, all you need to do is to be able to land your second skill. Once the knockup happens, the Blossoming Fan and everything in your kit burst heavy. So Waybo Gaming, they have a huge risk. I think they need to go for a tank jungler at this point.
They indeed need to consider that as a point here, especially we've seen this draft before coming in from all gamers against Wolves Esports here. Did they do the best? Not really. It was also against none other than Master Luban and Luban number 7 here, but a common Aoyin lone counter has been locked in for the side of Waybo Gaming. Prince of Lan Ling is one of the most pesky assassins to target non-mobile or agile marksman or carries here. And on the side of AG, you have 3 carries here. The Xiao Qiao, the Long, and the Pei.
Yes, and I like this composition coming in from AG. It's very clear what they want to do. I think Waybo Gaming's composition as well does really well, but it's a very high risk, high reward kind of composition, because if your Prince of Lanling falls behind, the Prince will not have enough damage. And there is a benefit to having a Prince, which means you can kind of force out that infinite fastness, the dragon form of Lung early. The moment you land that dagger, he will try to make his way out. And here's another 100% hero, this time Charlotte on the side of Ran.
Man, Ron is one of the best KPL Clash laners we've seen so far in this tournament here, but you cannot disregard Zemo here. He's had a fantastic lower bracket gauntlet run that he is one of the key players here coming in from Waybo Gaming here. So we talk a lot about the jungle, we talk a lot about the farm laners here, but when it comes down to all these key moments, that's where you will see the Clash laners here making big plays to save the day.
True. And one thing you have to consider is, I think there's a lot of AoE setups on the side of AG, right? You have Shuai on the Yuhuan, you have Sheng on the Xiao Qiao, you also have Ran on that Charlotte, all of which offer AoE knockups or stuns. And that could be Death's Door for the side of Waybo Gaming. So I like the composition of AG, but if they lose on farm against Waybo, I think Waybo should be able to snatch this win away.
We have to see, right? It boils down to whether the side lanes can function as we expect coming into Waybo Gaming's draft here. You have the Master Luban plus Luban combination here. It is a very, very expensive draft here, especially coming into game number 1 of this Grand Final series here. So if you already draft such an expensive combination here, you gotta make sure that you perform in such important series.
Yes, very important, right? I think finances is definitely part of the win conditions in any game in the HOK. Right now, I think one of the early lanes we need to take a look at is probably that Clash lane, right? You want to shut down the Fati. If you can shut him down, then that huge burst potential is going to be gone. At the same time, it opens up the doors for you to have access into the backlines. We're talking about that farm lane, we're talking about that roam as well on the side of Waybo, the Luban and Master Luban combination. It is easily dismantled with the help of a Charlotte, with the help of a Xiao Qiao, if they land their skills.
And why do we say that Master Luban and Luban is so pivotal compared to the global scene? We don't have Master Luban here. So Master Luban allows this latch onto Luban. Yes, Luban does a lot of damage here, but we always know for a fact that if Luban alone you will have a problem in terms of viability here. So Master Luban being this combination gives you this link that allows you to jump to him whenever you are in danger here. It gives you mobility, it gives you the support you need to play aggressive on this high DPS but no mobility pick such as Luban.
Yes, so both teams trying to figure out their strength. But once again, welcome into the bird's nest in the side of Hangzhou Stadium. This is where the two teams, Waybo Gaming and AG, will duke it out in a best of 7. This is game number 1.
And these are your heroes, your draft being locked in for game number 1 here, Kin. Players are ready, audiences are ready, and viewers online are also hyped and stoked for this grand final series of KPL Summer 2025 game number 1.
Yeah, so Sagi, there's a couple of things that both teams really need to work out on. The first one, of course, is stopping that invasion coming in from the Pei, right? So Zoe is definitely going to be looking at entrance into the jungle on the side of Waybo Gaming, because like I said before, if you're able to shut down Ling Han early, it's going to be great. But let's hear what the fans think.
So that is already a flash engage coming in from Mengxi here to deny the invade here. Chow, the fatigue comes in full, good knockup here. Zoe immediately gets taken down just 1 minute prior of this game number 1.
What did we say? You have to shut down the Pei, and that's exactly what they did. They got that buff back, by the way. Lin Han actually secures the Azure Golem with a kill onto Zoe as well. And this is going to be a great situation for the side of Waybo Gaming. Now, Tingyue is the one that was responsible for that last hit onto Zoe. So now there is no buffs except for that Crimson Golem.
What a painful level 1 here that AG has lost. All these neutral objectives goes into the favor of Waybo Gaming here, but Ron here securing this level of a lead in this laning phase. Make sure that he gets the aggression here, but the damage has been done. 500 gold lead goes in the pocket of Waybo Gaming.
I think this is one of their strengths, right? On the side of Waybo Gaming, number 1, they have the highest first blood rate in the KPL League. At the same time, to do it here in front of the live audience in a game number 1 against AG, touted the best team in KPL at the moment, this is a great start for Waybo.
It indeed is, and we keep talking about Pei here. Why is Pei prized as such a strong pick here? High tempo in the early game, aggressive, lots of spells here, but if you do so happen to drop that tempo in the early game, you will be punished so heavily because this tempo pick requires all the gold, all the EXP you need to keep it relevant.
And if you take a look at the picks on the side of the mid lane, these are the snowball heroes, right? The moment they get a big lead, you find it very difficult to come back. Sheng, obviously with the huge burst, but take a look at Max, falls away with the flash at this point of time. So that's one important marker for the side of Waybo Gaming, gone for the next 120 seconds. But I think it's still okay, right? He will be unsafe during that 4-minute mark on the first Tyrant take, but I think they should be able to play it in their stride.
But it's still a very good roam here coming in from Sheng, right? We see a bit of a tussle here coming to the clash lane of both these two teams here. Big damage come in towards Ron's face here as he is forced away here. But here, Lin Heng looking for both of these two targets here, finding the assassination, but has to blink away to safety.
You can see, right? So Sheng, whenever that ultimate is up, it's a big marker of damage for the side of AG. So as long as they position themselves well, Sheng's position is so critical because he will be able to turn the fights against Waybo Gaming. Now, in terms of goal lead, it's still, of course, in Waybo's favor, but the 4-minute mark is where we really can get to see, does AG steal back and even out the advantage, or does Waybo secure a strong vice grip over that gold accumulation?
And the gold accumulation that you mentioned here, due to the fact that Zoe did falter in towards the early game here, Sheng is forced to give all these resources back to his jungler's pocket to even pull it even against Lin Heng. That's why you see such a big goal disparity between Tingyue and Sheng towards the mid lane.
And the most damaging thing about this current situation for the side of AG and Waybo is the fact that, look, that goal lead is majority in the hands of Tingyue.
Exactly the case here, and look at that stats. If AG gets the first Tyrant, they have an 82% win rate right now. 4 seconds onto the timer as we have our first Tyrant of the game being spawned on towards the map.
Yeah, they were trying to force Shuai to use his ultimate early on that Unending Sorrow. Not gonna happen. So AG prep themselves against Waybo.
And a knockup here lands on the Zemo here, gets checked out immediately. So low onto this fatigue already here, forced to take the healing view here. So the plan coming in for all gamers here. They have sent this Charlotte back towards the Clash lane here to collect the waves prior to this Tyrant here.
Yeah, so both teams now, the timing is to make sure that you have wave advantage as well as the buffs on hand, because this is not the ideal time to go for that skirmish onto the Tyrant. You don't want to give away free kills and still lose the Tyrant as well.
Exactly the case here. We talk about like one kill being 150 gold here, but one wave, it's about 200 plus gold here. So you do not want to be allowing the waves to crash into the turret, meaning you're losing 200 gold per wave.
That's right. It's a very expensive cost. You don't want to allow that to happen. And once again, you can see what Waybo Gaming is trying to do, right? Especially on the side of Lincoln. They're trying to force out the Unending Sorrow. You need all your resources for this big fight.
But engage here comes in from Mercy here, pulls the support coming in from all gamers here, but an Unending Sorrow is casted to escape to safety here. More engages coming in from Shuai here, catches onto Lindhun. The Prince of Lanling gets taken down here. Flash engage comes in from Yi Nok here, almost executes the new one, but the exchange goes into favor of all gamers, and they have the claws out for this Tyrant.
Completely turned around. AG, very good recovery. They get the kill onto the opponent jungler. Lin Heng is the first to fall in that particular skirmish. They also get the Tyrant, and now a potential T1 for the taking, as there is no recovery coming on the side of Waybo.
Just a flip of a switch that you mentioned here, Kin. Immediate 1000 gold lead goes into the pockets of all gamers here. This is due to the fact that Shuai, so commanding onto this Yuan here, uses Unending Sorrow, dodges out the engage coming in from Lin Hun's Prince of Lan. Link here immediately knows the fact that, hey, no more mobility, I'm flashing in, I'm sticking to you on this Yuan.
Yes, this is why it's very important to take care of your positioning, right? And bear in mind, Ling Hun is not a tank. It's an assassin pick. He's not very healthy, but at the same time, another takedown at the top side.
At the top side here, we already seen a 1-to-1 exchange towards the mid lane here, as the numbers advantage comes in heavy for all gamers here. Yes, it's a trade between kills, but tower goes in favor of all gamers.
Yeah, so they extend that goal lead, right? So still 1,000 ahead right now. Normally at the 10-minute mark, he will be able to get 729 gold per minute. He's already exceeding this amount, and I'm talking about Zoe on this pay. So this is looking stats-wise like a great game for AEG, even though they did not have the best start.
Exactly! You did not have the best of the early game here, but you are still averaging more gold than your usual win game here, and we see an invade here coming in from the side of all gamers towards the Crimson Golem here. Do they take it though? Yes, Zoe does smite it away, and they secure yet another lead for their pockets.
This is something I really love about AG, right? So it's not just about taking the lead, it's also making sure that there is zero growth on the side of Waybo Gaming. So taking away that Crimson buff, it enables you to be much stronger in teamfights as well. They also have the Tyrant buff. No, now it's already expired, but T2 open for the taking, and the only possible response is a T1 on the top, which might not even be taken.
Exactly, and right now we see the entire bottom side. All of the outer towers have gone down towards in favor of all gamers here, meaning the next time they push out the bottom side, they get to move towards the map for all these resources even faster, even more deadly.
Yep, and Zoe now close to 6,000 gold, already top of the gold charts on the side of AG as well as Waybo Gaming. Now this is one moment they want to turn on the side of Waybo, but I don't think it's going to be happening.
Yep, the Azure Golem goes in favor of all gamers as they secure it without any form of worry here. We see another push here being escalated towards the top side coming in from all gamers as they are targeting this tier 2 tower.
They will put a lot of work in, and I want you to bear in mind that Shuai actually took out the Star Spring. This is the healing item in the Roam kit, and this is going to enable them to stay alive a little bit longer. Also make sure that Shuai doesn't have to use his ultimate prematurely, which is a huge marker, because AG they can then extend the fights, and they can force Waybo into a very uncomfortable position.
You make an exceptionally good case here, Kid, especially when it comes down to Ting Yue onto the Nuwa. He did not go for the Scepter or Reverberation build, but he went for the Massive Agony here. So, the added value of the Star Spring here, that he just changed towards to the Radiance. So, Radiance gets to scout out Prince of Lan Ling's invisibility for a brief moment here. So, the next time Lin Heng goes out of position here, he might be caught out. But Shang here pops the ultimate, forced to back away from the dagger.
not just using the Radiance to scout his position out on Ling Heng, but also slowing him down. That's the most irritating thing about the Radiance, but it's exactly why as a roamer you love that item as well.
And look at AG just taking down the mid tower without any hesitation here. Even without a wave, using the pay, using this Yu Huan, you get all these empower auto attacks to take down turret with ease.
Yes, and 3,000 gold ahead. If you take a look at the itemization on Ran and Zoe as well, both of them have Pure Sky. They have a 30% damage reduction available on their side. And so far, the jungle has been dominated by the side of AG, and it's not going to stop because there is not enough itemization on the side of Waybo Gaming to bring this back.
We have to see the late game side lane here coming in from Waybo, Zemo, and Max here. They have exceptionally well scaling here, so being able to scale towards the late game will be Waybo Gaming's current goal here. But for the side of AG, as long as they can nuke Max, Luban number 7, it won't be the case here, but Lin Heng here gets caught out in no man's land. The unending soul is just so darn perfect in dodging out any form of engage here. The Prince of Lanling gets punished heavily. Just 10 minutes on towards this objective, but the chase continues. Ron's Charlotte here. They do not want any form of escape here coming in from Waybo Gaming. He's stacking. He's looking for a perfect splash graduation here. More and more of these positionings are so bad coming in for the side of Waybo Gaming, but Ron does fall down towards the hands of the Luban number 7. Double kill already for his Luban number 7 here. Yino does not find the execution here, but Shuai, the roamer coming in from all gamers here, executes whoever's left. Triple kill for a roamer.
It's a big moment for them, but at this point, it's still a big loss for the side of Waybo Gaming. Yes, they got a triple kill for the side of Max, but they lost 4 different members, and AG still have control in terms of not just gold, but also the map as well. So let's break down. I love this pincer movement coming in from the side of AG. Allow them. That dive by Ran as well was what really kept them in the middle, allowing for that big jump on the side of Zoe. Yes, he did take a fall, but Sheng as well, dealing the damage along the team, making sure that there's space for Eno to be able to get the damage in without being in range of Max as well.
But this is the key composition here coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming here. Yes, they suffered a loss in the team fight here, but the moment you keep Max unchecked, that is the damage potential that Waybo Gaming has in check in towards the late game here. Now, they are forced to give a 50-50, trading the Shadow Overlord for a Shadow Tyrant here. Imagine if you're all gamers and you went for the Shadow Tyrant when Lin Heng was down, you might just get 2 objectives and have a better control of the game here, but now it's a 50-50.
That's true. I really like the decision making coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming. They have to clear that bottom wave for sure. And right now, Ran, he wants to put more pressure, but I think it's time for AG to look at the potential team fight. They're poising for it.
They are poising for it indeed, as the first thing they have to settle is these pesky Shadow Vanguards marching towards the top and bottom side right now. So before they can advance their pushes here, they have to clear it out first.
Yes, and I think Ling Heng really needs to take a look at his positioning, right? He has not been able to find any openings on the side of AG, but once he does, and they're close enough in the goal difference, this game could swing in favor of Waybo Gaming.
3,000 is not a lot when you are hyper scaling as a Luban number 7 and also as a Fatigue here. Especially, you have a Nua as well to secure the late game potential here. And right now we see a 4v5 opportunity being opened up here coming in for Waybo Gaming, and they do secure the Crimson Golem, but not at the hands of the Luban number 7.
It's fine. I think Ling Heng needs that true damage as well. He needs to be able to snipe someone out, or at least try and force out ultimates from Shuai and Yinhuo, right? Right now, there's a lot of pressure coming in from AG, and that first marker will come from the stuns available by Shuai or Sheng. If either of them get a stun or a knockup, I can guarantee you AG might look for that final push.
And we have to see how AG escalates the late game team fight as the game progresses further and further towards the late game here. The Luban double combo here will grow even stronger as time goes on here. So AG, they're playing on a ticking time bomb here. If this Luban gets to scale towards 6 items and have so much protection coming in from Waybo Gaming, AG might just be in danger.
I mean, that's why they picked the Ran Charlotte, and this is also why they picked the Pei, right? Like, you have that option to dive really heavy into the backlines of Waybo Gaming. Yes, it will be a risk as the game goes later, because by then, Max should have the 6 items that will allow him to not just give damage, but be survivable as well. So they need to burn out the resources from the side of Waybo Gaming for AG as the later this game goes.
That is a very perfect case statement right now, as we see all gamers continuously smashing down these waves towards the front doors of these towers coming in from Waybo Gaming here. But due to the strong wave clear here coming in from Luban number 7 and Nuwang here, I don't think they can find a perfect angle to really pull this game wide open.
It's a bit tough, right? And one thing I want you guys to notice as well, if you take a look at itemization by Ran, he does have the Pure Sky as well as the Frigid Charge. Right now in the KPL server, you do have 2 active item usage, so you can use them individually as well. So this could be a big difference maker for the side of AG.
Using 2 items here, especially when we talk about Charlotte in the global server here, we don't really see the Frigid Charge here, but if you are playing in the KPL server, the KPL patch, you get these 2 items here. So going in as a Charlotte, you can find these flash engages chain up with the Frigid Charge to find that perfect lockdown.
True, and if you take a look at itemization on the side of Ran, he's going a little bit defensive as his last item. He might be looking at a Succubus Cloak. This is the deal with Ting Yue, right? You want to make sure that the true value of a Nuwa in the mid lane with the Annihilation, with the Matrix, and all these creation blocks, you don't want to allow the big burst to happen because Ran is kind of squishy against magic damage.
We might also see something like the Long Night Guardian or potentially the Eye of the Phoenix here. But, what a big annihilation here towards the face of Yinor here. But it's a very good zoning here coming in from AG. The last time, it was a 50-50 trade in terms of the Shadow objective here. But this time, they learned their lesson and they pull both objectives towards their potential pockets.
Yes, and right now it is not AG taking a risk, it is Waybo Gaming taking a risk if they want to contest this. Yes, there is a primal bond, but because of the fighting prowess on the side of AG and their ability to really dive deep onto the side of Waybo Gaming, you will realize that it is truly a risk. So Waybo Gaming have to be really careful.
Engage goes towards the hands of Lin Heng. Lin Heng is the first to fall in this engage. We see Ran going in for the deep dive here, but he does not find engage on towards the Max here. Max, flash is down. You are open towards potential engager, but Lin Heng once again gets engaged by Sheng Xiaoqiao.
He could not extract the full value here. They should be able to defend this T3 at this top side for Waybo Gaming. But AG, they are inching closer because there is that Shadow Overlord on the top side.
And right now, the first Shadow Overlord is marching down towards the top side here. The first tier 3 tower, high ground tower, has fallen. The second one does fall down towards the mid lane right now. AG has superior control towards the map here. Annihilation does not find its mark.
At the same time, it is more pain for the side of Waybo Gaming. They lost 2 T3s. Oh, hang on. What? Okay, not bad. I was about to say they're going to lose their buffs. But Max going to secure that Crimson buff. It is a silver lining right now because AG, they are so far ahead.
Oh, yep. Tyrant does fall into the favor of AG with no contention coming in from Waybo Gaming here. So right now, holding 7,000 gold lead is all gamers here. The next engage will find its mark.
So we'll take a look at why Lin Heng got caught down here. They expected him to be in the bush. That's why they actually used their skills early, and very nice setup along with the support coming in from the side of AG. This is why they're so strong. They function as a team, not as an individual player.
And for solo rank players coming in, check out AG's Swipe's build onto his Yuan here. It's not your typical tank build, semi-tank build. It's a full pure AP magical damage build coming in for this Roamer Yuan.
Yes, and it provides value because then you get that full extraction of value from the Augur's Word, which is a defensive item as a mage, that purple wand.
Indeed the case here. We see Ran here going in for a casual engage, forces the ultimate out of the fatigue here. The last tier 3 does seem to be going down for the side of Waybo Gaming here. 3 waves pressuring towards Waybo Gaming here.
It's difficult. Zumo already does not have ulti.
Okay, flash engage goes through for the side of AG Swipe, but he does not find his target here. Forces to back out and forces to use the unending sorrow here. 40 seconds until the next Shadow Overlord spawn on towards the map. That may mark Waybo's gaming demise in this game 1 of this best of 7 series.
Yes, AG is in a very commanding position at this point, right? They don't really have to be too worried about taking team fights. In fact, now is a time where you drag team fights, right? You take as much time as you want in the team fights because your lanes naturally work their way towards the crystal of Waybo Gaming.
That's indeed the case here, Kin, and I want to say, look at Yino's build here. Destiny already full slotted for this long here. So the next time he finds an engage here, he might just take Max towards the grave with him. But Max, notice the fact that that's so much burst damage coming in for the side of all gamers here. He locks in that Sage Sanctuary, and in this patch for the KPL region, Sage Sanctuary has even more defensive stats.
Yes, and that attempted steal with the Annihilation does not work out. Tingyue, the idea was great, but unfortunately just a little bit too far behind in terms of farm. He's still lacking that final 6 item on this Nuwa. And you can take a look at the risk that AG can take. There's so many things they can do. Like you said, the Destiny on Eno gives him one more fighting chance. He also has his Dragon Form with the Infinite Vastness to get out of sticky situations. So everything pointing towards AG having the first win in this best of 7.
And just look at the gold disadvantage coming in for the side of Waybo Gaming's jungle department here. 5,000 in favor of Zoe here, even though he's fully slotted out. More gold means more item swap here. So Pure Sky may go to say Sanctuary and so on and so forth for these last game items here. But a pause here does come into the hands of the red side, which is all gamers here. But here, let's talk a bit about these two teams here and Waybo Gaming. What does it take for them to hop back into this game number 1?
I think it really just comes down to, can you buy space for Max, right? As the Luban number 7, you definitely need his damage coming in. But at the same time, I think Ling Heng has been struggling to find an opening into any portion or angle on the side of AG. He needs to provide value. He needs to force some outs out. For him to take a kill, that's great, but it's going to be really hard.
It will indeed be pretty hard here. So a small pause here, a technical pause here. Our back-end production is finding the cause and root for it, so stay with us as we break down the game here. Like you mentioned here, Kin, Max will be the focal point here coming in for the side of Waybo Gaming if they even want to have a chance to find that potential comeback here, because 20 minutes is coming here. So if they find a miraculous high ground defense against the Shadow Vanguard push, they might find a potential comeback towards the Tempest Dragon.
True, but before that, they need to kind of fix Ran, right? Look, Ran is going to be a big problem because Ran is consistently diving into the backlines, and one of the things that you see AG doing in this match is they wrap around the entirety of Waybo Gaming, and that's their one core weakness, because Lupan number 7 as well as Master Lupan need to be away from the fights. They need to be at a safe space so that there is an exit strategy, but so far, AG has been wrapping around them, meaning there's no place to run. You will run into another player of AG.
Well, so with all these situations being presented coming in for the side of Waybo Gaming here, one thing that we have to keep in mind, it is a Shadow Vanguard push here. We might not even see a team fight before Pei and Long coming in from AG, Yino and Zoe just destroys the tower immediately here. So Waybo Gaming's number 1 job is to make sure they can outpush the 3 dragon waves that is crashing towards their tower.
Easier said than done. I think at this point, you know, AG fans, you can hear them in the stadium, they're cheering extremely hard. You can see Coach Lin, he's kind of worried because end of the day, the weaknesses of this composition have been exposed. And it's really, can they play together as a team? Or at least, can they get into the minds of AG and try to figure out where is this gap in the aggression? If they can find the gap, they can turn this game around. Because like you said, 20 minutes, Tempest Dragon, that is a true 50-50 chance.
And I like how the fact that you pointed out Coach Lin's worry, because drafting the Luban number 7 and Master Luban combo and not finding an advantage or win, that is very painful as you progress towards the latest stages of the draft here. For the side of AG, as of this point, they did an exceptionally good job in spelling out the Prince of Lanling in all these attempts here, pulling Lin Heng further and further and further behind.
Yes, you definitely needed Ling Heng as a jungler, especially on an assassin in the form of Prince of Lanling, to be able to force out ultimates early, right? Either force out ultimates or get a knock down onto any one of the players on the side of AG. That has not happened at all in this entire first game of best of 7. So until Lin Heng finds that marker, I think Waybo Gaming are in a really tight spot.
And we see players already picking up their phones, and we might just hop back into the game in just a short moment, ladies and gentlemen. So when we talk about all these team compositions, especially Lin Heng falling behind on Prince of Lanling here, even though they have such a good early game against Zoe's Pei getting that first blood, but we can only find out the finale of game number 1 as we jump back into the game, 20 seconds until the Tempest Dragon.
It feels so hard, man. For the side of Waybo Gaming, there is so little room for error that if any single mistake is made by the side of Waybo Gaming, AG will end the game. So right now, AG's game plan, I think, is fairly simple. Let's just play it slow, and if they choose to take a team fight on the side of Waybo Gaming, we'll find an angle, right? Ran is going to be responsible for that. He's going to try and jump onto the backlines, force them into an uncomfortable position, or lock them into a corner. And once they're in a corner, you know who loves that. Shuai loves that, Sheng loves that, Ino loves that as well.
And in terms of the macro game here, it is so beautiful coming in from all gamers here. Spawning the Shadow Vanguard towards the top side here, immediately if someone shows, they will bear their fangs on towards this Tempest Dragon here, forcing Waybo Gaming to face check them into a 4v5 situation here. So the question is, will Team Yue, Lin Heng, or even Max be able to outsteal or secure this objective?
I highly doubt so, but they'll try.
3-man knockout coming in for the side of AG as they find their first victim. Team Yue goes down onto the Nuwa here. Another knockout lands onto Max. Nuwa number 7 here as he is faltered. Another goes down. Nuwa number 7 falls. 3, 4 members go in favor of all gamers as the final member, Zumo, is in no man's land. Right now, they are suffering in terms of kills. Vanguard's crashing towards the top side here as AG march towards their base. They don't even need to march as the Overlord, the Dragon, is crashing down this game number 1. AG takes the game 1-0.
Beautiful performance by the side of AG. This is exactly why they are the top of the top in the side of KPL region. A very good understanding of the win conditions on the side of Waybo Gaming. Completely dismantled them, even though they did not have a good start.
That's indeed the case here. That is why we prize AG as one of the largest, if not the best teams in the history of KPL. It is because not just the reason why they're winning so many tournaments, but it's also due to the fact that in desperate situations, in losing situations, they still can manage to find a comeback potential.
That's right. This is the strength, right? The ability to adapt in difficult conditions. That is the mark of a champion team. And as AG have already proved to us time and time again, they know exactly where is the weakness point on the opponent's side. And one of the weakness points was Lin Heng, right? The counter jungler. There was no value that was extracted on this Prince of Lanling, which is unfortunate because you needed him to be able to force out the unending sorrow, to force out that infinite vastness, the dragon form coming out from Ino as well. None of this was achievable.
And we have to give a lot of credit. The reason why Lin Heng was so behind, it was due to the fact that Sheng and Shuai was giving so much attention to this Lanling's whereabouts. They were hunting and smelling out this Prince of Lanling at all times possible. And I gotta say, Shuai on this Yuhuan, people would think that, hey, Yuhuan is just like a healing roamer, face check with unending sorrow. But his spell 2 flash usage was so on point in catching out Lin Heng, Max, and even the likes of Team Yue in all these occasions, setting up his team for success. And let's start talking about the mid lane of AG as well. I gotta say, Sheng, my goodness, he has been fighting so many of these multi-man knockups on the Xiao Qiao.
That's what we are talking about, right? One of the strengths on the side of AG's composition, hindsight bias, is the fact that they have a lot of AoE control, but also burst. And we'll talk about this one point you mentioned about Shuai. I want you to pay attention to his items. Shuai is Yuhuan in the middle on the right side, right? So as the roamer, you mentioned that he went for a defensive build, but a magical defensive build. And this is so valuable because he is then able to deal damage along as being tanky as well.
Yup, more damage means more healing, and also more magic means more defensive stat due to the fact of August work and breakthrough ropes passive here. So a very interesting build here coming in from Shuai here. You can even see he is tied for one of the highest damage dealt in his team at a 20.2% here, higher than Yino.
Yep, he also tanked up 117,000 worth of heroes damage. That shows you the value of that magic defensive build coming in from the Shuai roam on the hero Yuhuan. Now, as we run through the stats here, look, there was a lot of more control coming in from AG, and you can see this was a total jungle domination, right? We're talking about Lin Heng as the Prince of Lanling. What is the risk of picking an assassin hero? He's not tanky, and the moment he falls behind on farm, there is very little value.
There's really little value. It's hard to hunt for the enemy backline. You can't really convert to any form of damage. You are like a living ward, living vision bot, just hunting around the map here. And especially if you're hunting around the map, you're showing the antenna on top of your enemy, you're just gonna be scouted immediately by Shuai's radius. And look at the amount of stats provided by Shuai's Yuan.
Yes, healing value, river control, vision control, everything towards the side of Shuai in this roam position. So we will take a look at the MVP. You know who this is. This is the roamer Shuai, also known as the brains of AG.
What a masterclass performance as a roamer here, showing the fact that roamer is one of, if not the most important role will be in AG's team lineup here. I gotta say, Shuai, beautiful performance on Yuhuan in this game number 1.
Yes, didn't even take a fall a single time, 5-0-7. The most impressive stat about this guy is not just the damage he dealt, but more importantly, he tanked 31% of the team's hero damage taken. Now that was a total of 117,000, which is great because it bought so much room for them. Look at this dive coming in. So Ran, number 1, he is that pincer. He sets up the stage, locks everyone in. And what does this give in terms of value to the side of AG? It makes sure that number 1, Eno has a lot of space to work around and he's able to deal damage without being in danger at all.
And you know, Shuai for a fact, he's pulling this. Look at this engage. Man, he was invisible and he smelled him out with radiance and immediately thought for the fact that, okay, he's there and flash engage. Look at that. He didn't even have vision of the Lan Ling.
Exactly. This is good team play. At the same time, you see the value, right? The composition on the side of AG. Why do you pick these heroes like the Xiao Chao? Why do you pick the Yuhuan? Because they all deal AoE damage and they have a lot of control. So when Waybo Gaming makes the mistake of grouping up, they get punished instantly.
That is indeed the case here, and due to the fact that Shuai and Yino, and also the fact that the entirety of AG plays super duper well in maintaining their form in game number 1, I gotta say, so far Shuai's entire playoff performance has been so dominating, and he might be nominated as one of the best roamers coming into KPL Summer 2025.
I mean, he was and has been, right? So far in the history of KPL. Look, the Chinese fans call him like big brain, right? And I think he really truly is so smart. He has already shown you how to execute certain combinations, and this is complemented by the teamwork on the side of AG as well. You'll notice that when Shuai gets a setup, Sheng in the mid is also always right beside him, so it's kind of like, hey, do you want to set things up for me? You got the stun? Okay, I'm gonna knock them up. And then AG just tear through the lineup of Waybo Gaming.
Well, enough talking about AG in game number 1 here. We gotta think, Waybo Gaming, from that game number 1, you drafted some very hefty picks and bans here, especially expensing that Luban and Luban number 7 combo here. You gotta go back to the drawing board here. Game number 2, you've gotta be feeling like, do we match the aggression here or do we match the late game scaling here? What is the pros and cons here coming into the game number 1 draft here? Game number 2, are we putting Zimo, are you putting Meng Si on something more proactive, more engaged, like the Guan Yu, like the Mo Zi, that they found so much success against the series in TTG, against Wolves Esports?
I think there needs to be a little bit more tankiness coming out from the side of Waybo Gaming. I think the mindset of Waybo Gaming has always been, look, their games in the early parts of the game, they're very aggressive. They push a little bit further in taking the jungles and contest and punish mistakes whenever an invade happens on the opponent's side. That's what happened in the first few minutes, right? AG, the pay on the side of Zoe, came in, wanted to look at the Crimson Golem, as well as the Azure Golem, got punished for it, and end of the day, that was why Waybo Gaming had the lead. But because they didn't pick a tank to help them be that safety shield, it was so difficult for them to recover the moment the goal gap became bigger from the side of AG.
And especially when you draft the likes of a Prince of Lan Ling and fail to mark the carries such as the Xiao Qiao, the Pei, and the Ao Yin, it loses a lot of value here coming in towards the draft here. But game number 2 will be on its way towards the pick and ban stage as we see the players moving back towards their seed. On your screens is Zoe, Yino, Shuai, and also Coach ZWY coming on towards the stage as they want to look for another game 2 victory.
Yes, and I think this is the next part of the question as we go in this journey of a best of 7 is, okay, next question, do we allow the cat boom? And this is dependent on number one, which side does Waybo Gaming pick, right? Because the loser of the previous game will get to pick their sides. And I think if I'm on the side of AG and I get blue side, I want to secure the cat boom. That is the next step for us.
Well, we have seen so far that Sheng has a pretty decent cat boom, and he has been affecting the map in this game number 1 fairly well onto the Xiao Qiao. So going to game number 2, for someone that is so well warmed up and so informed, the cat boom might be one of the heroes you want to be banning out on the side of Waybo Gaming here.
Yes, and we will take a look at the strategies of the KPL teams, right? So one of the strategies is the poke and prod, which Cat Boom is famous for, right? Being throwing all the kitty bombs onto the opponents, making sure the all-round explosion lands on the targets as well. And this is one composition that has many forms. We have the Cat Boom in the middle for Sheng. You can also replace that with the Inkzhen, where he throws all those little piercing shots from the sides as well. And all it requires is a big tanky build in the form of a jungler. You can have the Kaiser, you can have the Flowborn tank, many options for them to explore. And I know we're focusing a lot about AG, but that's because game number 1, they have taken a very strong win. So give me your thoughts, Waybo Gaming, what is this next game? Game number 2, what is your mindset here?
Alright, game number 2 here. If you look back to past series of Waybo Gaming, how did they find success? It was in the form of 2 things here. 1. Proactiveness doesn't come from the jungler. Proactiveness comes in the form of Zimo and Meng Xi. So that's one thing you have to do. And what's the next thing you have to do? Put Lin Heng, the FMVP jungler, on towards the carry here. Something like the Pei, something like the Jing that he has yet to brought up from the last 2 series.
I think it's a bit difficult because end of the day, you want to make sure that you are soft guaranteed a win with your signature picks, right? Because that's the worst feeling to have, feeling very confident with your draft, but not allowed to execute it. And you know for a fact, both these teams, especially the coaches, Zach WY as well as Coach Lin, they have researched so much about their opponents that I can guarantee you, they will allow you those signature picks because they know how to play against it.
Exactly the case here, and so far, like you mentioned here, the coach being the big brains here, the main priority here coming into these pick and bans, they will be the ones important of really drafting a game-winning composition here. Game number 1, game number 2, it's still fine. 5 heroes being locked away due to global ban pick, another 5 being locked away due to the banning stage here. So you gotta see how does the both teams function when they path towards the latest stages of the Game 4 or potentially Game 5 and Game 6 drafts.
Okay, so let's play this off of the stats, right? This time, Waybo Gaming is going to be on the red side, the counter pick side. They also have a pretty good win rate in comparison to AG as well, 60%, a healthy amount for the side of Waybo Gaming. Right now, Haiyu has been taken out, so this opens up the door for the Guan Yu to be picked on either side. But Waybo Gaming straight away, they ban out the Master Lupan, no Lupan combination for you. So does this open up the doors for the Cat Boom? And banning out the Nakoruru, you know a tank jungler is coming out of the way.
Exceptionally well depicted coming in from Kin as well. Banning Nakoruru often means that you are looking for a tank jungle potential here because Nakoruru excels in breaking down these tanks similar to Luban due to the percentage health damage here. So another roamer being locked away from the hands of Shuai will be Kong Kong as well. One of a very strong engaged roamer with lots of mobility here that can really dictate the team fights here. But like you mentioned here, Cat Boom has been locked in for none other than Sheng towards the mid lane.
Yeah, I love this pick, right? This is one of the best mid laner picks out there, especially if you're looking for a win in the series as well.
Exactly, and so much tempo, so much mobility here coming in for the side of this one lone pick here. We gotta see, are we looking for the likes of an Ogran? Are we looking for the likes of a Dundolia here coming in for the side of AG's draft? So we have to formulate here, thinking what is the optimal build here. But Waybo Gaming, we talk about it. Yeah, let's not put Lin Heng on towards an engage or proactive role here. We want to put Lin Heng on a carry, a back end role. So what better way of doing it is none other than to lock down the Guan Yu and the Liang as the engaged proactiveness.
Oh, I love this. The Zhenren comes true for the side of AG. Now, what is the benefit of having a Zhenren? It gives you extra time, extra life as well. So if you get taken down once, if the ultimate on the side of the Zhenren is active for Science, you get to be revived, but only one member. Right? At the same time, his third hand and his first skill is able to set up AoE stuns, and he is very tanky for Zhenren. in the later parts of the game. So AG, I like this counter initiation against Waybo Gaming, but only if the timing is right, because Waybo Gaming's lineup, we know this, Princess Force and Liang, this is a Death's Door combination. Level 4, you are in a tough time.
You're in a tough time, and like you mentioned, Shuai on this Zhenren will be the key deciding factor here, because for Zhenren to counter the Liang, the ultimate timing has to be very pivotal here. So that is something that all gamers need to look out for, especially against a Liang. The level 4 power control will start off the map state coming in for Waybo Gaming here. As we progress towards the second half of the bans here, we're seeing more and more jungle bans being targeted towards none other than Lin Heng. That is 4 jungle carries here being banned away from Waybo Gaming jungler.
Of which these 3 jungle picks also offer a very significant style of play, right? The Pei and the Jing, very instant backline access. It opens up the doors for your dual combination, Princess Force and Liang, to be able to pull off their ultimates in quick succession, and also builds room so that Zimo on this one is able to find that flank angle. But now, because of the Agudo, you can't really be front-facing as a jungler on the side of Waybo Gaming. Once again, the same kind of concept as the Prince of Landing pick. So Waybo Gaming need to figure something out. Can they get the initial initiations against AG? Because AG, they come up with the Yangjian jungle as well as the Sun Ce clash lane. Another very sustainable, very controlling lineup.
And when we look at Sun Ce coming in from Ron, you'll often see one thing here. So what does Zhenren do well? The passive Glittering Gold gives you more gold towards the carries, which is none other than Yinor here. And what does the Sun Ce do well? It's a free taxi service. It rides you with the set sail, traverse around the map here. And what AG love to do, they love to put Yino onto the set sail, not to engage, but to roam around the map to find farm here. So Waybo Gaming, they know for a fact that they cannot allow this channel to find that 3 item power spike here. They lock in the Geya for that lane domination.
Yeah, so at this point, I think for Waybo Gaming's lineup to succeed, Meng Xi needs to have an absolute god tier game here, because his stuns, his suppression will be the game changer. If they can burst down Zoe on this Yangjian without Ran coming in to disrupt them in time with his bolt, then I think there is a good chance for Waybo Gaming to be able to take this win in the series. This lineup on AG is very vulnerable to burst damage. So the early parts of the game are where the power spikes will come from the side of Waybo. If Waybo does not end this game in 15 minutes, AG will get another win.
I have to agree with you, but we have to look at one key thing. 15 minutes, that's true. But the first ultimate here coming in for the side of Meng Xi, Waybo Gaming's Liang, will be very, very crucial in setting up Waybo Gaming's success towards the later stages of the game here. This Liang will have to contest against Shuai's tempo in terms of roamer here. Later into the game, we will see Zimo on his signature Guan Yu finding the angle onto Sheng, onto Yino here, but that is all on paper here. Game number 2, AG versus Waybo Gaming.
Right, so AG, once again, they will be on your blue side, Prio pick side, and Waybo Gaming will be on your right side. I'm so curious if the farm laners will be swapping over towards the clash lane, because then you get an extra chance of making sure that you get the space right on the top as well. Extra farm, faster rotation.
And based on the map state that you mentioned so far, we have yet to see a lane swap coming in from both teams here. But let's hear some crowd, let's hear some chants. So we see the Arcana being taken by the side of Lin Heng will be 6 Fate for 6 Fate and about like 10 for Calamity here. So a bit of a crit coming in from Lin Heng to excel that lane clear here. And we talk about neutral objectives here. Sheng has already secured that Spike Tail Beast, denying further growth for Max.
Oh, I love this stat. Grand Finals first blood rate. AG is 23
Wow.
against a 7 on the side of Waybo Gaming. Here comes that first initiation. The flash already committed by Ron, but he gets pushed back. Can they get the kill? This will be huge once again as AG, they take a fall on the first one, and Zumo will be responsible for the first blood. So Waybo add to the number, but they add to the advantage.
That is so well played coming in from Zumo here. Zumo baited out the flash here. He knows for a fact that if Ron were to flash over him, he would have gotten away here. But Zumo, knowing for the fact that, hey, you want to run away, you got to flash over me? I'm going to bait the flash out of you.
Okay, so this is the 8th time they have gotten a first blood on the side of Waybo Gaming for the side of Zumo as well. And a good start, but still, gold is one of the key markers you need to have. And even though they got the first blood, because AG have managed to steal a couple of camps, it is still even Stevens on the side of AG.
And we have to remember one thing for sure as well here. The reason why the gold is so high coming in from AG, even though they lost first blood, it's because of the passive coming in from AG Stride's Roam. Glittering gold gives you extra and additional gold when you take down minions, we take down monsters here. So that is why AG's gold is so much higher, or even equal, even though they lost the early game.
Yes, so they are able to keep pace. That's a very important marker, especially when you're coming from behind, right? This is where Waybo Gaming need to address this. They need to be more aggressive, more assertive in making sure that, hey, instead of number one having my jungle camp stolen, let me steal yours as well. If you take a look at Ling Heng as an Angudo, one of the fastest junglers in the game as well.
And a very interesting fact coming in for the side of AG, when the enemy first bloods them, they kind of have like a 70 to 80% extra percent win rate here, so that's also probably because the fact that they haven't lost a series so far here. So we gotta see if that really remains here. So we see on your screen here, Zoe being the raid boss he is on towards this Yang Jian here. He has this new passive due to the rework of Yang Jian in the KPL server here. Once he reached about 90 tenacity, he becomes this unstoppable raid boss, and he's extremely tanky.
I like the fact that one of the items on the side of Zoe is actually the roam, right? So hang on, they're going to jump in as well. God Mode activated, not going to be enough. The suppression comes in and everybody onto Zoe as Max is going to be responsible for that kill. Mengshi will be taken down as a trade, but it's a 2-for-1 on the side of Waybo Gaming. They're looking for more. At this point, Zumo is able to push them back for a little bit. And this is a perfect timing for the side of Waybo Gaming to extend that lead. Take a couple of camps away, no, secure by Sheng.
But still a beautiful engagement coming in from Waybo Gaming here. They captured the fact that Zoe is not as tanky due to the fact that his items were not available here. He's looking for the clear here. Gets caught by the Sandstorm. Gets caught by the power control here. Immediately pushes back by the Guan Yu's Razor Cavalry here. And by the time Ron goes in, it's too little too late. He's caught in the middle of no man's land.
So this is perfect for the side of Waybo Gaming, but this time, 4-minute mark, they want to contest this. Who is going to get this? The set sail sets onto 2. They get the kill, they get the Tyrant as well. Waybo Gaming instantly get destroyed by that one.
That was so clutch coming in from Ron here. The ultimate on towards Shuai. Waybo Gaming has a very good direction here. They want to take down the Zhen Run before he's able to commit the ultimate here. But Ron finding that perfect set sail, flanking 2 core members on the side of Waybo Gaming while also securing the Tyrant.
It was a bit unfortunate because Waybo Gaming, they had the mindset, right? It was very clear they wanted to rush the Tyrant, but they did not do it fast enough. And when you can't make a decision as a team, you open the doors because the reset does not happen on the Tyrant, and AG got it for free, got so many kills as well.
But the Razor Cavalry goes in for the side of Zimo's Guan Yu here. Can he find the angle towards Zoe, towards Ron here? He finds it with the help of the team here. Ron is taken down. Can Zoe escape?
It's not going to be possible at this point. 3 different members as a finishing blow in the mid lane. They're putting a little bit of pressure as well. T1 secured for the life of Zoe and Ron. Is it a worth it trade?
I'll take it any day if I'm Waybo Gaming here as they're going for Max.
It's not going to be enough at this point, but the last jump shot forces the flash out as well. They take Max down, they push Mengxi back, and they regain control. So AG, doesn't matter what position you put them in, they will find a way.
They're forcing the map state so well once again. I believe Shuai was the one to find the key engage on towards the likes of Ting Yue here. Usually, utilizing the Winter is here gives you free access towards the mid lane here. But the reason that he got caught out, he teleported towards the mid lane with the help of the teleportation portal. He got caught out immediately.
Yes, and information is so vital, right? You need to be able to make the correct decisions. They dropped the 4-ball down just as a deterrent against the side of AG. And once again, you talked about that gold lead at that passive coming in from Shuai. The value is immense. They are 1,000 gold ahead, even though they have even kills on the side of AG and Waybo Gaming.
It's a domino effect right here, Kin. So the reason why Yino is able to play so aggressively is because of the additional gold provided by Shuai Zhenren here. Even though, yes, you lose 2 members towards the clash lane here. 4v2 situation in favor for the side of Waybo Gaming here. The timing that this Frost teleport to the mid lane immediately being removed from the map thanks to Shuai's third hand.
Exactly, the stun coming in is so important, right? At the same time, bear in mind, the lineup coming up from the side of Waybo Gaming isn't very tanky. You have to play around with positional advantage. But this is where the strength of AG's composition lies. The cat booms so far in terms of range, along with the Eno channel as well, they are able to touch you from way further than you expect.
And this really boils down to the last thing that we want to talk about here. So, who is the key engager coming in from Waybo Gaming here? Are we seeing Meng Si engaging on Shuai once again to take him down? But if you engage on Zoe, he has the ultimate here coming in from Shuai. He has so much tanking potential here due to the fact that he went full tank.
Yes, and the way the AG are playing is so smart, right? They're taking the fight at the appropriate position. The flash comes in as well. A 2-man stun, a knockup as well. They are done for. Tingyu as well as Mengxi gonna be gone. They do take out more damage on the side of Waybo Gaming, so they get that trade in the form of Zoe. But will that be enough? Because there's still 4 members, and the map is still in favor of AG.
Once again, Shuai finds his mark, and who follows him up? It's none other than Ron. Ron finds that key engage that sets sail into the flash spell. One was so beautiful.
One more.
But Zemo, finding his mark, executes the Guan Yu.
Sheng with that beautiful knockdown onto the side of Zumo. You want to shut down that side lane, that clash lane, especially if it's Guan Yu as well. And this is the strength of having a cat boom, right? Number one, very mobile. There's also a lot of damage coming in. And so far, AG just demonstrating that they are a better team.
They are indeed a better team due to the fact that the last 3 minutes of the exchanges has fallen in favor for the side of AG. I gotta say, the execution coming in from Shuai, coming in from Zoe and Ron is so immaculate in these team fights.
And the timer is ticking, right? Waybo Gaming's advantage was in that early part of the game. They needed to secure so much more control. They needed to take a couple of the T1s, if not all of it, from the side of AG before the 10-minute mark. That has not been done, and in fact, it's a reverse situation. As the next Tyrant is going to be available for the taking, they push them away on the side of AG. And Waybo, they have no answers.
They have no answers. The moment they hear that set sail and appear on towards the map, they are running for their life here because they know for a fact if they get caught out by the set sail coming in from Ron Sunce, it will spell disaster here.
Yes, a lot of control as well. And the moment you can't melt down Zoe, then it's going to be a lost cause because he's going to be the mega tank. He's going to use his ultimate to sustain as well. Look, they don't really care about the poke. Right now, AG's game plan is we'll control the waves and then we'll make you try and wrestle us in the middle of the pit on that 10-minute Shadow Tyrant. And it's a wrestle you will always lose because take a look at the gold lead for the side of Eno. He's already close to 8,000 gold.
And he's already finished the Marksman triple core item here. The farm lane, getting that Shadow Ripper, getting that Eternity Blade, and getting that Daybreaker here. Not even 10 minutes, he's already triggered half items here, kid. Who can stop this channel from scaling even further?
Exactly, it's a 2,000 gold lead against his counterpart Max in the form of the Gerya. And this is not an ideal situation. At the 10-minute mark, losing a T2 opens up so many doors for your opponent team to explore the map. And then you have to deal with the darkness, the fog of war on the side of Waybo Gaming as well. So right now, it's just going to be a dance around. They want to invite Waybo Gaming to come in.
And heart rates are bleeping high for coming in from both the two teams here. Yino with 151 heart rate here. He knows for a fact that if he gets caught out in the next engage, all that gold lead will go into vain.
Yes, but also a high heart rate means they're prepping. They need the adrenaline for a setup. They need to be clear. They need to have focus on what they need to achieve in a team fight. And that's going to be able to push them away, get some kills as well, or a snipe. And at this point, AG, they want to drag the fight. They want Waybo to approach them. The ultimate's going to be dropped. Winter is here, going to be used as a defensive mechanism on the side of Waybo Gaming, but this opens up the doors for them to take a look at Zumo on the other side. It's a Tyrant now in limbo against Waybo Gaming as well.
But the fight does escalate in the hands towards AG right now. Shuai wants to look for an engage, but he does not find his mark here. But Shadow Tyrant has been secured. Flash Stun does not land for the side of Shuai.
Yep, Sandstorm going to be dropped by Max as well, the ultimate, just to make sure that you can slow down AG. But at this point, with the Tyrant buff, do you really want to take a fight? Shuai is looking, he does have the dirt hand ready, along with his first skill. If he gets a multi-man stun, it's going to be over. Nice bolt, but it's just a warning shot from the side of AG.
But the warning shot is so efficient in making sure that Waybo Gaming's rotation is slow. Top turret goes down for the side of AG. 2,000 gold lead on towards the top left of the screen already here. Yino finding engage on Team Yue, forces out the flash.
Oh, big jump! It's gonna be all over the place as Zoe gets 2 kills for the price of none here. A big trade and a T3 opening on the top side as well. This is going to be super minions on the top side for AG. Waybo Gaming, they get crushed in this exchange.
Wow, that's a big damage coming in from the Catboom's ultimate. Immediately removing 50% of help here coming in from the Princess Frost and Goya. First out Waybo Gaming here. 5v3 situation here. Another tower goes in favor of AG.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you drop your winters here. You can have the blizzard. It will not matter because AG are so far ahead. Close to 8,000 gold ahead. And one more kill should do it for the side of AG. But for now, patience is a virtue. Patience is key.
Patience is key. Primal Bond on towards your top left is going down, coming in for the side of AG. They recall after taking out 2 high grounds of Waybo Gaming's base here. So, rinse and repeat. Collect your objectives. Collect the enemy jungle resources. Collect your own buffs. And then they will march towards that Shadow Vanguard. Once they secure that Shadow Vanguard, that will spell doom for Waybo Gaming.
And the counterplay coming out from Mengshi is no longer available. But let's take a look at that replay here. That all-round explosion set up by Meng on the Shuai ultimate, as well as that big jump towards the 2 members to get the stun, allowing their jungler in the form of Zoe to go in, get the kills as well. You have a numbers advantage, a structural advantage as well. And this is all spelling disaster for Waybo Gaming.
And if you look for the fact that yes, the Liang plays a pivotal role in catching out the tanks here, but the tank is so tanky. You're losing out so much gold. Even if you catch Zoe or Shuai, you can't take them down due to how tanky they are.
Yes, Sun Chaser as well, also equipped on Eno. He is 6 slotted at this point, and if you remember him taking shots at Ling Heng, I think it takes him about 7 shots to just wipe Ling Heng off of this game.
And this is a painful game here coming in for Waybo Gaming as well, right? That is Zimo's Guan Yu we're talking about. And right now, can Zimo find the miraculous flank to find the mark on all gamers? Because we're looking at the final tier 3 goal towards the hands of all gamers. Waybo Gaming is with a Baron base.
I mean, if they have to do it, they have to do it now. The jump is a miss, but there's a lot of damage coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming. The stun comes in as well. Frigid charge. First life gone for Shuai, but it's not enough. They're pushing all the different members on the side of Waybo back, and the crystal is exposed. Do they really want to go for the base or go for the kills? Everything on the side of AG as game number 2 will be theirs.
Masterclass performance coming in from the full team of all gamers here. I gotta put focus here. AG Shuai, AG Ron, the repeat of their engages are so darn beautiful in making sure that all these team fights fall in favor of AG. If you're Sheng, if you're Eno, you just gotta figure out that, hey, I just gotta do damage, and it's all enough here. So well played from the top and roamer duo of AG.
Yes, this is why they are continual champions as well in the KPL region. Now, this also then begs the question for Waybo Gaming players and for Waybo Gaming fans. Where is this turnaround? What do they need to do? Because AG looks absolutely unstoppable.
Well, for now, you have to put your hopes on to none other than Lin Heng, because this man has yet to got himself onto a funnel role where you get all the gold, such as the hero like Jing, like Pei, or Grunt for example, a carry tank. So coming into the further games in this best of 7, maybe putting Lin Heng on towards a carry with a lot of gold might be the case that you're looking for here.
I think they need a late game insurance as well, right? You mentioned the fact that, hey, this is a composition that really plays to the strength of AG because they're so well versed in the synergy, right? The moment Shuai comes in as the Zhenren with the third hand, multi-man stun, and then you know it's going to be a free shots for the side of Eno, there's free shots for the side of Zoe as well. He's coming in, cleaning up all the kills, and when there's a numbers advantage, AG rarely loses fights.
Oh yeah, even if you don't give them like the goal advantage, for example, they will find their mark in these team fights and claw their way back from a deficit. Just compare Game 1 and Game 2. They lost out the first blood, but what happened during the Tyrant fight? They did not just get the Tyrant, they absolutely demolished the team fight, the skirmish coming in from the Tyrant 5v5 here. That is why AG is so fundamentally strong. They're not just strong because that they can earn gold, they can get that AG gold playstyle. It is because they have strong mechanics, especially in team fight scenarios.
Yes, I really love the way they take team fights, but this is also because of the goal gap that they have established for themselves, right? Main funnel all going to Enor. We know him as the farm lane. He is at 12,000 plus gold. You know what? He actually got his 6th item way ahead of time, and he was just crushing all the different members on the side of Waybo Gaming. And if you take a look at the Rome Mengshi, he was responsible for the first few, advantages that they had on Waybo Gaming. But later on, no such value.
Yeah, no such value. Even though they got that 2 kills towards the Clash lane that we will see towards the replay later, losing out tier 1 mid tower is not what you want coming into such an important series here, especially you're against a late game team composition coming in from all gamers. Losing out tier 1, not on your book here.
Yeah, and now this begs the question, right? As we take a look at the stats, not a lot of kills coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming, but the important question is MVP, who does Shuai get it again?
I gotta say it's either between Shuai or Ron here, but looking at KDA, looking at the effect on towards the game here, you can't just not give it to Shuai because this man is involved in all these plays, all these engages here. When we talk about disengage, he's there. When we talk about gold funneling, he's there at the right time. When we talk about big engages here, he is the one to start it off for his team.
Yes, and we'll take a look at the stats here. In fact, let's put another contender. I think Sheng is also doing really well. 131, 48.4% of the team's hero damage. I think that soft guarantees him as the MVP. There was no looking back. Once AG hit that financial marker, it really was just forcing their way ahead.
And look at the chart here coming in from all these two teams here. Just now, there was a specific section towards the backline access damage. Ron had an immediately high level of damage here, and this is the damage that you talked about here. 55k damage here coming in from this Cat Boom here. Single-handedly destroying the backline.
Yes, and because of his aggression, it created so much room once again for his partner in crime, which is Enor. Look at the damage he dealt to the towers, 45.5. So Enor wasn't really chasing for the kills. He was making sure that the map advantage was constantly there. And this vision control, both in river as well as the jungle, and just in general for all the different players on the side of Waybo Gaming. Yes, we'll get to see the same guy again. He is just a mastermind at this point.
Back-to-back MVP on none other than AG's Romer Strike here. This man, Game 1's performance on his Yuan immaculate. Game 2 with the Zendron. Can't play defensive, can't play aggressive, know where he has to be for the vision control here. A very well-worthy, well-deserved MVP title for none other than AG Shuai.
Yep, the #1 initiator, right? He was really one of the huge problems that Waybo Gaming could not solve. #1, he was tanky enough. #2, he was finding many different members, not just a single target, but important targets as well for the side of AG. And with a lineup that is as quick to maneuver their way around the map, having a Yangjian, being able to jump in at moment's notice, having the boat as well to set sail, these are all markers that complemented and benefited off the multi-man catch coming out from Shuai.
Look at all these set sails coming in for the side of Ron here. Shuai will always start out the fight either by taking the power control coming in from Meng Si, or he will find the perfect engager towards the hands of Waybo Gaming here, and then Ron will just come in. And this was the pivotal turning point here, coming in for the side of AG here. Getting the kill onto Team US Princess Frost and also the mid tower, that is asking for too much.
Exactly, and adding on, we didn't even add on the skill sets of Shuai's ultimate, right? Giving you the extra life. Essentially, it means AG is fighting with a 5v6 lineup, and they are all ahead in gold.
They're all ahead in gold. Yino is like well fed in terms of the gold thanks to the Zunrun's passive here, Glittering Gold. So it gives you additional gold for every unit you kill, be it a monster, be it a creep, be it the enemy hero. You will get extra gold if you're near Zunrun's passive range.
Yep, it's more of like show me the money, right? At this point. And so far, AG has been showering in gold at this point as we head into game number 3 in a short while. But this begs the question, Waybo Gaming, where do you go? Because I think they have come up with pretty good solutions, right? You have a level 4 power spike in the form of a Princess Frost, a Liang. You also have the Zumo of Guan Yu, which has been fantastic in the games and series leading up to today. But it feels like AG has an answer for everything.
This goes down to draft, right? So I don't want to be critical, but picking Liang into the enemy AG team composition when Zunrun is available is not the wisest of the choice here, because Zunrun, you saw what happened, right? If you cannot take down the Zunrun, or you cannot take down the tank that Zunrun is protecting before the end of the Princess Frost Liang combo, you'll find yourself in a sticky situation because your main combo has already been committed to the one target here. Once the Zunrun clicks that revive ultimate button, all your damage into waste.
Yes, it's kind of like a one-hit wonder, right? And the moment you have to go into a second phase, it's kind of like playing a game where you have to fight a boss for a second phase, and you use all your resources in the first part of the fight. So that's exactly what happened to the side of Waybo Gaming, and I think really just comes down to the understanding of what the weaknesses and what are the win conditions on your opponent team. This is a value that KPL teams have consistently shown us, and it really impresses me because it's okay to do it once or twice, but AG has been doing it for so many games, so many series in the entirety of KPL season.
Oh yeah, consistency makes you strong. It's not just those 1 and 2 games that they show consistency. So far, in the history of KPL and within the last 2 years, they have shown consistent performance in the playoffs, in the grand finals. Just back into spring KPL 2025, they broke their spring curse, and right now, they are marching towards their 5th consecutive title. So right now, what's stopping them? 2 more games. Waybo Gaming will be on their way towards the 2nd place here, but Waybo Gaming, this is your chance to prove that you have what it takes to take it, and none other than one of the best teams in KPL history.
Yes, and like we reiterated just now, this is the first ever grand finals on KPL for the farm lane, mid lane, and roam of Waybo Gaming, and it feels like the pressure is stacking up, and it's only gonna get harder from here.
Exactly the case here as we see AG and Waybo Gaming take the stage for game number 3 of this best of 7 series here. If you're Waybo Gaming fans, don't worry, we've seen Waybo Gaming in a 0-2 situation, so this is the time where the coaching staff, where the mentality of a mature player comes into the play here. If you have what it takes to be a champion, you need to have what it takes to take in the mental stress that really grows you and blossoms you to be a real champion of the KPL region.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a paintbrush right now. I'm gonna paint the situation for you because I think that both of us understand why Waybo is in such a tight spot right now. So in HOK, KPL, this has been pioneered very early on in 2018. We are practicing what we call the global ban pick, meaning you will not be able to use the same heroes you have picked in your composition from earlier games. So now that hero pool has been cut down, and the high tier picks, a lot of them are still available for AG.
That's indeed the case. Yet to see AG's Arlie, yet to see AG's Princess Frost and Liang plus Ogran that they've shown us back during KWC 2025 finals. And right now, you still have Yino's Master Luban and Luban number 7 combo that they have shown so much prowess here. So if you are Waybo Gaming's coaching staff, you will be in a bit of a pinch because you have to figure out what are the drafts that can bring your team and lead them towards the first game victory that they desperately need to buff up their morale.
Yes, and look, the FMVP skin and you know, signature hero on the side of Linghen for Waybo Gaming, the Jing. There's still so many hero picks that can really destroy her. You still have the Sulia with the knockup. You do have the Liang available for the side of AG as well. So many answers to a huge but very critical pick for the side of Waybo Gaming. So they need to figure something out.
Well, only time could tell how would they draft for Lin Hong and the entirety of Waybo Gaming here. The draft goes into favor. It is stemmed out from none other than Coach Lin and Coach ZWY. We have 5 players in the field from both teams here, battling out in terms of mastermind mechanics here. But when we talk about pick and bans, we look at the masterminds, the brains of the team, the coaches.
Yes, and they need to equip themselves with not just the best tools, but the strategies behind how do we get an advantage. Because AG have been put in positions where, hey, number one, they didn't have the best start, Waybo Gaming gets the first blood, but somehow they still recover, right? So it really comes down to the understanding of the composition. How do we recover? It's not just about taking the lead, right? Winning feels great, but you need to know how to play from a losing position as well. Something which Waybo Gaming is still trying to recover from.
Well, Waybo Gaming has seen themselves in the best of 7 series where they have lost 0-2 in terms of scoreline here. So this is where coaches and mentality comes into play here. Can they claw themselves back into a 2-1 or a 2-all? It will heavily rely on how well they have matured in terms of player, how well they have matured in terms of mentality into such a stressful environment.
Okay, so they take out the channel. It looks like this time AG...
Arlie.
Yeah, they might be going for the Arlie, right? I think you have to secure it at this point because channel is that 50-50 matchup against the Arlie. You can take a risk with the other farm laners, but I think AG, well, let's see what they go with.
Well, banning out the channel and then really expanding that Geya towards the early game here, I gotta say, this seems like an angle coming in from none other than Yino's FMVP Arlie.
Interesting. So we'll see.
It will
yes,
be the case.
It is already coming in for the side of AG, and this is going to be a very important one for them. If they win this game, this is going to be series point for the side of AG.
You can hear the crowd erupt from your headphones as they know for a fact that that Arlie skin that you see right there, it belongs to none other than Yino here. So in KPL, if you have an FMVP skin and you select it based in that game, it will not show the original portrait. It will show you the FMVP skin instead.
Okay, so Waybo Gaming, I like this counter pick. This is the Xiao Xiao pick. This is one of the easiest answers to have playing against an Arlie, right? Because she offers you immense burst and knock up. You're able to melt the Arlie down with one combination. And adding on the Kong for the side of Waybo Gaming, he also adds in tankability because his mirror images will be able to soak skills away from AG. So AG, their answer in response is the Ogren pick. Will they pick up the idea as that complementary support for their farm lane?
Well, it's not the case. Sully is locked in for the side of AG's side here. This man is on fire right now. Given the utility, he can nail it. Give him the protection, he can nail it. Right now, give him the engage, and he wants to show off here. And Waybo Gaming's Lin Hung locks in that pay. He wants to take the tempo here. So, like you mentioned, a lot of these burst damage is in favor of Waybo Gaming to take down this pesky Arlie coming in from Yino.
Yes, if he's able to jump onto the backlines, it opens up a space for the Xiao Xiao to be able to dive in as well. And bear in mind, there is a lot of teamfight synergy coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming because Kong's extra puppets whirlwind will be able to kind of lock them in for a little bit. Now AG, they want to get rid of that late game potential, something that Waybo Gaming has missed entirely in their first 2 games of this best of 7 series, and so yeah, will be taken out.
And look at the 100% that you see on your screen. That is Yino's Arlie 100% win rate in the grand finals with the Arlie.
Yeah, I love this stat, right? It shows you how strong AG is, and they already have a very decent lineup. So far, the Sully and the Ogren, these will be the main 2 tanks. And if you can't get past that front line, and even if you somehow make it into the backlines, Arlie is one of the most mobile farm laners in the game. It's going to be very hard for Waybo Gaming to get the perfect situation they're looking for.
Well, we have to see right now. If we saw last game, there's 5 bans on towards the jungler of Lin Hung. This game, all gamers, they know for a fact that if they let AG's Yino's Arlie get a breeze towards the laning phase and mid game, they will have what it takes to win the game here. That's why you see on the screen 4 marksman bans on the side of all gamers.
Okay, so Waybo Gaming, besides that ban, that deficit that they dealt with, they're looking for that counter initiation, right? So the Byron and Pei combination, this is a great start for them in this second half of the ban pick phase. Waybo Gaming, this means whoever is going to be in the clash lane for the side of all gamers needs to pay close attention to that first rotation.
And that would indeed be the case here. All gamers, they lock in once again the fatigue and also the Halo as well here. So Halo is actually interesting here because The reason why Hino is locked is because he wants to counteract the Kong Earth's mirror image here. So more mirror image means more scepter stacks coming in for this Hino pick.
And the secondary thing to that is that with his ultimate, the Fate Rewind, you're able to save towers as well, right? So you're able to reverse the damage up to 5 seconds prior. At the same time, if a tower is taken down, if you can revive it within 5 seconds with the ultimate, you will have it back as well.
Well, we have to see, right? Waybo Gaming, they lock in the lady soon. Another interesting pick here that does interestingly well against the early in terms of the laning phase here. So we look at Waybo Gaming's team composition. They have a lot of engage. They have a lot of damage coming in for the jungle, farm lane, and mid department here. So if you're the early, you have to be slightly worried about so much damage being put in front of your face here. So for all gamers, your role here is to find the perfect team fight. For Waybo Gaming, however, is to survive and make sure that your carry find your DPS mark.
Okay, so here is a 100% Grand Finals stat for the side of Lin Heng on his pay. He has been a full victory for him so far. So someone's record is going to be broken today. And this is going to come off of that first play here. I'm curious to see if AG, they're going to try for that lane rotation, because I don't think you want to put him against Tingyue in the mid right away at level 1, but maybe you can look for that clash lane rotation, get the space spike, get the TP down onto your farm lane, get 2 waves at the same time.
Well, we have to see, right? So right now, these are the 10 picks being locked in for the side of All Gamers and Waybo Gaming in towards the draft here. For the win condition of All Gamers here, you have Ron and Yino, the strong side laners that will bring you the early towards the mid game to really find the footing here. For the side of Waybo Gaming, however, the early to late game is very equal and very standard here. The early game, you will see the Pei and the Byron find their mark. In the mid to late game, however, the damage comes from the Lady Sun and Xiao Qiao.
Yes, I think they really need to funnel a lot more farm into the mid lane, right? Tingyue, he is going to be the one-stop solution dealing against Ino on that early, but also as an AoE with the ultimate as well, able to kind of force skills out. You want to force Sheng on this Hino pick to waste his ultimates early. You also want to make sure that the heal values coming out from this Ogren is not going to be put to use. You need to burst the RD down, you need to burst the Fatih down. This is going to be the job of Tingyue in the mid.
Well, now, this entirely escalates the final point here coming in from Waybo Gaming. If they can find their footing in game number 3, they can put themselves back in a more balanced state here going to game number 4 and game number 5. So right now, we have to see, can Waybo Gaming truly find the key team fights, especially the Tyrant fight? Because All Gamers, they have been having an exceptionally good 4-minute mark.
Okay, so we'll go into this particular series, the third one of the day, as AG looking for that first resource burn. They get the flash down from Max, and this is going to be a great start for the side of AG.
A very important spell here being expended for the side of Max here. So that is no flash. And the next time Shuai finds that triple man knockup and push him back, he will be in a bit of a trouble here. But the neutral resource falls into favor of AG, and as they have already escalated their lead already.
Yes, it's a good start, and once again, this initial rotation, we talked about that first blood potential, and for now, Ram does survive, but they will lose access towards that space right on the top. So Waybo Gaming, they gain a little bit of recovery.
Yup, a bit of a recovery, at least getting that neutralized resource towards the clash lane here. That will be a focal point here, but a bit of a pushback here onto Tingyue here as he gets engaged here. The third knockup does not land on Tingyue here. Falls exceptionally low. A bit more last hit on Tingyue, gets sniped down by the Scepter coming in from Sheng's Haino.
And first blood goes to the side of AG. I love that prediction Scepter of Fate. There was no mark on Tingyue in that lane, but he actually predicted which side Tingyue is going to walk into, gets the first blood for his team, and this is going to snowball that growth. It's not the biggest, no, actually it is quite big, 1,000 right now.
Wow, that is so fast, just 2 minutes coming in towards this game here. So If the early game breaks apart coming in from Waybo Gaming, especially on towards Lin Heng's Pei, that will spell disaster, especially Pei. We talked about it back in game number 1. You need a lot of resource to make sure that this pick escalates its lead towards the mid to late stages of the game here. So for the side of this Pei, to win out the early game, they will have to funnel more resources towards Lin Heng.
I like that you say that because it truly is. You need this Pei to be on fire. He needs to have that really quick farming rate. And this is also why AG, they also maximize that growth on the side of Zoe, already helping a 3-man movement into that initial buff at the bottom side. This speeds up the growth of Zoe, which kind of cancels out Lin Heng's growth as well.
50-50 in terms of the jungle department with... Oh! AG Stry has 10 games of this Sulia pick in the KPL, and he has 10 wins. So 10 pick and 10 wins, 100% win rate on the Sulia.
Yes, and number 1 in the entire KPL based on this pick itself, right? So he's going to be a very big game changer because he is going to have that multi-man setup. Like you said, Iron Colossus, the passive, he allows himself to be revived. Once again, it's kind of like a 5v6 composition on the side of AG versus Waybo Gaming.
And you're already seeing the strat coming in from AG, funneling resources towards Yino, allowing this Arlie to be this free marksman roaming across the map, allowing him to ignore the laning phase due to the fact that this Arlie has a lot of mobility to traverse around the gorge.
Okay, so we're about like 20 seconds away before the first neutral objective is going to be spawning. Waybo Gaming need to find an opening, right? At this point of time, if you can burn out those common spells, burn out ultimates, that'll be great.
That will be great. 7 seconds before Tyrant spawns here, as we see a bit of a tussle coming in from both side roamers here. Roamer will play a very pivotal role for both of these two teams to find that perfect engager as they find Max, and Max gets caught up. Max gets taken out insanely low. Max is the first to fall prior to this Tyrant here. Tyrant is open and in towards the favor of all gamers.
AG are locked in, man. I mean, take a look at Swai. That initiation was so good. It allowed Sheng to really deal the damage, and now even with that small advantage that they had for the side of AG, AG now has secured a 1,000 gold lead still, but because of the Tyrant buff, Waybo Gaming, they cannot deal with the aggression, and it's a free T1 at the bottom.
Yeah, you just see Swai solo pushing out the bot tier 1, and Max being caught out due to the fact that he expanded the flash towards the early game here, which resulted into this bad play here, and Ting Yue here might catch out Swai's position.
Okay, Shuai, he can actually be the game changer at this point, right? He does have flash, does have his passive waiting for the engagement coming up from the side of Waybo Gaming. Will not be committing because it's no point wasting so much resources. There's other pressures coming in from the mid lane as well as the top.
I love the fact that Shuai Sulia just spots out the engage, disengages with no pressure at all. This gives Yino so much room to actually progress himself and be this mid-game dominance of a threat coming in from AG's team composition.
True, and now with a 2,000 gold advantage. Waybo Gaming, once again, we need to find a solution, right? Where is that setup coming in? Can it come from Ting Yue? Can it come from Zhenwo? That flash storm strike. They need stuns, they need the burst damage, and for now, Max, I think he's been farming well, hasn't been taken down too many times, just once, but they need to have more effect and more value because right now, T2s are being pressured as well.
Just 6 minutes towards the game here, and T2 has already gone in favor for Waybo Gaming as we see an engager coming in from the Sulia here. Does not find towards his mark here. So a 50-50 exchange here, but goes in favor of all gamers towards the map state.
Yep, and the Azure Golem going to be contested as well. Lin Heng does get it, and here comes the potential turnaround from the side of Waybo Gaming.
Yeah, no mana onto Sheng's Yino here. Sheng's Haino has to back off. Your passive has already been procced by Shuai Sulia here. But they escalate the fight and they get out safely here with no man being taken down.
I like the fact that AG recognized the entire situation, right? They knew that this is not a team fight they're willing to take. Yino actually was farming in that particular moment. Another jump, this time from the side of Ran.
Yeah, Ron finds a 4-man engage towards the lifetime of Waybo Gaming, but no one is there to follow up on Ron's engager. They take down Ron and they take a consolation prize. Sulia here finds a knock-up here, does not find a follow-up engager. The fight is split heavily for both these two teams here. But with all of this happening, we see Yino taking down that tier 1 towards the mid lane here.
Yep, AG always has like multiple things that they're looking for at the same time. They knew that this is not a fight worth taking, right? They didn't have to overcommit in terms of resources. Ultimates and common spells did not have to be used for this. They just wanted that map pressure. So T1 in the mid, this is going to provide so much fog of war to the side of Waybo Gaming. And when you're behind in farm, this is the last situation you want to be in, because then the burst potential of AG's lineup will be realized.
It will indeed be realized here, and right now look at how dark the entire map is coming in from Waybo Gaming here. If you just so happen to walk into the wrong bush, you will find yourself being flanked from the side of all gamers here, as they are dictating the map so well, taking so much control.
Yeah, AG right now, their job is really, okay, can we stop Waybo Gaming from recovering, right? And this recovery comes in the form of clearing waves, taking the neutral objectives, even for that Overlord as well. And for now, AG, you know what they'll do with a lead. So it's really about stepping into the jungles of Waybo, making sure you steal the buffs away from them, or even reward yourself with free kills.
And this is exactly what is happening right now. You see AG controlling more and more space towards the map here. They are desperately camping for this Crimson Golem spawn here, making sure that this top side is well secured coming in from all gamers' control.
Yes, and the winning condition is already realized for AG, taking long fights. That's what they want, right? The Haino, Sheng has so much value. Every Scepter of Fate that lands will get more and more damaging.
Yep, you just need to stack more and more of the Scepter of Fates, and you will find yourself in a comfortable position here, especially against Meng Xi's Kong here. So that's what the Haino is capable of doing, and right now we see AG once again securing the Tyrant in towards their pocket, and they will go for a cleanup towards their jungle, and they will continue to put that pressure on towards the map.
Yes, so another 90 seconds worth of fighting prowess for the side of AG. At the same time, you can see, right, Ran is already making sure that the map is not working in the side of Waybo Gaming, right? And this forces the rotations, meaning there will be a numbers advantage because they can start to rotate as a duo 2v1. And you can see in the top side of the jungle, Waybo Gaming have to be really careful on how they rotate around the map.
Yeah, the next attacking point coming in from all gamers will be that tier 2 tower towards the top side just before the Shadow variant will be spawned towards the map here. But the Azure Golem coming in from Waybo Gaming is just about to spawn here. We see a lot of these players converging onto this focal point.
Yeah, nobody's stopping Shuai. Shuai will be looking for that multi-man knockup, and at this point, once again, having long extended fights. This is exactly what AG wants.
This is exactly what AG wants, and they get the Azure Golem and they ditch out safely here. 20 seconds on towards the map for the Shadow variant of the objectives here. We see Yino, we see Ron here, just casually collecting all the remaining resources before the eventual Shadow objectives.
The double whammy of this is, end of the day, Waybo Gaming cannot match that wave clear pacing because it might open up the doors for a potential fight against AG, of which they are already losing financially. They don't really have the items against it, so they will always be one step slower in clearing. And this opens up that 10-minute Shadow variant Tyrant straight away for AG. They're already working on it.
And the positioning coming in from Swai is actually so smart here. He's just marking and making sure that the Shadow Vanguard is not being traded when the Shadow Tyrant is being taken over by AG here. So right now, AG has a choice. Do they want to go for a double Shadow objective, or do they want to just actively look for fights in the enemy jungle of Waybo Gaming?
I think AG is a team, you know, the answer to the question is very simple. They are not greedy at all. They know what buttons to push. They know the limit as to the risk that they're taking before and after team fights as well. And Waybo Gaming, because that AG is playing so safe, there is no gaps yet. And when there's no gaps, you are playing a losing game. You are constantly at a 3,000 goal deficit.
3,000 goldie, and keeps compounding more and more towards the favor of all gamers, because right now we see all gamers just controlling the map so well, getting all these neutral objectives, be it the dragon, be it the tyrant. And also once they get the tyrant, it means they have so much combat spells, combat buffs in counter jungling all these camps here, because Waybo Gaming, they can't fight you at all.
Yes, I really love this positioning. And they go in trying to catch out Ino.
And right now we see Shuai disengaging for his team here. Yino is still safe here. All the spells has been expanded towards Zone Yi's Aug right here, but he's still standing exceptionally strong. Kill tree goes down as they zone away any potential engage here coming in from Waybo Gaming here. decent trade here coming for all gamers as they get what they want and they back off safely.
So clean, right? AG, they knew exactly what the limit was, and the whole aim is we'll push you guys back so we have access into the T3s, and if we step a little bit too far ahead, we will just slowly walk out. The main aim here is to make sure that you have a bleeding wound on the top side, and then we get to fight you at the other places of the map because we have the numbers advantage, because someone on the side of Waybo Gaming has to be keeping eyes on this open super minion lane on the top.
Yep, top lane will be a really big priority here coming in from Ron because he can just move around the map and Zemo has to deal with the super minions, and right now this Shadow Vanguard has been started coming in from all gamers and they will use this Shadow Vanguard to further push their lead of 4k gold. This 4k gold will just keep snowballing further and further and further into the favor of all gamers.
Yeah, you know why is that? Like, the previous stat that was shown, so Shuai has been in the jungle of Waybo Gaming for over 2 minutes. And he's one of the persons responsible for number 1, giving information to the side of AG. That's why they're able to take this fight so well. At the same time, it's also his setup, his stuns. And right now, they're looking for another opening on the side of AG.
And Shuai here looking for an angle here, but giving that pressure of being able to engage anytime so that Yino has so much space on towards his early to push out the map here. And right now, all the outer turrets has fallen towards the hands of all gamers here. If you're Shuai, he's just looking for that one key moment to find that big engager. As we see the fight does break through, 3-man knockup comes in from Shuai here as there's no follow-up engager. Zoe marches in front, blocks any remaining follow-up here for his team. So right now, you see, it's actually a very clean game here coming from all gamers here because there's no follow-up here coming in from Waybo Gaming. It's not because they do not want to, it's because Zoe is such a monster tank in front.
Yeah, and right now they're just left with that last T3 in the mid, less than half its health. So Waybo Gaming now in a very tight spot. If it was hard before, it's even more impossible at this point. Can they get that last hit? Will not happen. So once again, Inoa gets that crimson buff in his hands, and that's not an ideal situation for them to start fights now on the side of Waybo Gaming.
It is indeed not a good situation because after the Shadow Vanguard, Shadow Tyrant is up once again. So much pressure coming in for Waybo Gaming because we see another engage goes through here as Mengxi. All these clones are taken down. They can no longer walk towards the Shadow Tyrant as they have expended all their ultimates here coming in for all these key targets.
Yeah, look at Shuai. Shuai has gotten information on the entirety of Waybo Gaming. Now the wraparound comes.
The wraparound comes indeed. Cao Cao finds the mark onto the Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao gets taken down. Shuai is the next member of finding the backline here. Zemo does not have flash to escape here. He falls as well. 3v5 situation coming in for Waybo Gaming as one finds another backline access, but no one falls for side Waybo Gaming. 3 members are faulted right now. We see a 4v2 situation. Can all gamers end the game right now?
Yep, they're trying to set up for that final crystal as well. It's not enough. It's going to be game number 3 going into the hands of AG.
Beautiful, clean macro game here coming in from AG. Shuai, Zoe providing so much space and room for his teammates to push out the towers, to get all these neutral objectives here. So beautiful, so clean. AG, no one can stop them. 3-0 in scoreline. One more game to crown themselves as the KPL Summer Season champions.
That's right, series point is on hand for all gamers here. This is one of the strongest performances they have put up in this season, and to do it at the grand final stage here in Hangzhou is a big marker of success. Now as AG take a break along with Waybo as well, we will be taking a break later on. We have a little performance for you as well, but let's talk about the game first. I want to focus on to the roamer on the side of AG. Shuai has just been killing it today. His movements with the Sulian, the information he bought, the setups that he has with his ultimates, and the backup that he has from his teammates, especially with the passive on the Iron Colossus. They use him as that shield, and he's able to take a fall multiple times. Gets revived, everyone on AG steps on the lanterns, he gets a second life, and they get more turrets out of it.
And just think about Shuai's performance like you mentioned, right? All towards the early game, we've already seen the 1v1 and 2v2 matchup go in favor of Shuai and Yino, forcing out Max Flash just like what? 1 minute towards the game, and later on 4th minute mark, he's finding all these Iron Colossus like you mentioned. So good of these engages, killing Max once again just before the Tyrant team fight. And later on towards the game, Yino and Sheng doesn't need to worry about anything. They just need to make sure that they find the backline, they find the tower pushing, and that is just sealed and done for AG.
Yeah, so the way that the composition works on the side of AG, if you're new to how this composition is supposed to work, the reason why Hano is picked is because he works wonders in long extended team fights, right? And when you have Iron Colossus, which means you probably have to try and kill him again, you have to deal with the Ogren, so much time bought, and during that moment of chaos, right? If you can't take down Shen, you lose the fight because then you don't have eyes on Enor. Enor was just having the time of his life. He was not even taking part in the actual fights. He was just taking turrets after turrets.
And you think about Waybo Gaming's situation here. So game number 1, you put Lin Heng on towards a tank. Game number 2, game number 1, you put him towards an assassin that is more of less resource heavy, very heavy early game tempo. Didn't find success. Game number 2, you put it on the big tank. Not the best performance. Game number 3, you put it on the hyper carry pay here, but all these styles that Waybo Gaming has shown has been shut down by none other than AG itself.
Yeah, I think AG now recognizes the pacing on the side of Waybo Gaming. At the same time, they have taken just slightly better positions in terms of engagers, right? Every mistake that you see Waybo make, it really is, they have just position themselves a little bit too far forward, of which AG punishes you consistently. From this first 3 games, you know they don't miss the mark. So Waybo Gaming, they need to calm themselves down, be a little bit more composed. And for now, let's cover the statistics of game number 3. Once again, the only member that took a fall was Ram because he was responsible for making the split pushes. He was the one that was at risk of being caught out by multiple members on the side of Waybo Gaming. But the cost and the price of that is 4 other members are fully successful in their farm, no deaths on the side of AG.
Beautiful game here coming in from AG here, especially even if Ron had like 2 deaths, he was one of the main engaged towards the backline and finding all those key markers on none other than Team Yue and Max. Yes, Ron didn't find a kill, but he forced out the key spells that later contributed to AG's success in the later stages of the team fight.
Yes, and one thing you will notice is that Ting Yue was not able to provide value to the team. He was responsible for trying to take out Enor with that burst composition, right? But because of the way that Shuai played on this Sulia, he was able to find out majority of the members on the side of Waybo Gaming, get his ultimate that knocked up down onto the important members, complemented once again by Sheng on this Hano, getting those Scepters of Fates. And when you have a piercing entry coming from the Ogren, also known as Zoe here, number 1 jungler for now, right? Still the same on the side of AG. It's so hard because you lose sight of Enor and you still have to deal with the rest of the members on the side of AG.
And look at the numbers being provided by Shuai here. Once again, vision value is the key here, and we know who is the MVP of this game. We know whose shadow this is. It's none other than Shuai. Back-to-back MVP title for this series right now. If this ends in a 4-0, it's not hard to guess who's the MVP, am I right?
Yeah, for sure. Look, this guy, close to 30% of the hero's damage taken by the team is soaked in by this guy. The Sulia, the second life. Once again, previous game, the Zhenren showed its value. This game, the Sulia showed its value as well. And once again, piloted by the smartest man in KPL, Shuai.
Yep, and this contributed to that first blood, finding the marker onto Ting Yue. Ting Yue didn't respect the vision game here coming in for the side of Shuai, so he has to be falling down right now, and this was the key play here.
Oh yeah,
ultimate into the wall push to extend the stun here, and Yino comboing it with the Parasol to make sure that there was no room of movement from Max at all.
Yes, the biggest thing was, because of that setup, Sheng also got his Scepters of Fate on multiple members, which, you know, extended his damage potential as the Hano. So this setup by Shuai on the Sulia play, this one, he gave vision and information on how many members there were on the side of Waybo, where they were, and look, the big burst onto Ting Yue, this killed off the fight the moment it happened, because now Enor's Arlie was able to have fun all the way.
Yeah, Yino's early, you see, not untouched at all. He's always just like happening, like fighting front.
他又要干我了，兄弟！我先拉扯，别开龙，别开龙！哎，他要摸蓝了！哎，我能套，我也飙，别飙了！可以来！龙有了，兄弟！我没撤，兄弟！可以打架！看小乔！来！小乔！黄姐！可以来！黄姐慢慢刷！ 往追，可以追，可以往前追，刷一下，注意状态，等一下，慢点，踩被动，踩。过来看我，我一滴血，我来，我卖了，你4血，可以杀波，刷一下没闪，别急，等先进来，我去压手，你们点塔，可以点塔，可以点塔，能点吗？点塔，兄弟，点塔能点塔，可以，nice。
Wonderful comms coming in from the side of AG, and if you took notice of that last moment where Ran took a fall, that was exactly how he fell down twice in the game. He was actually trying to set up for the team over dive, but because of his overcommitment, it opened up the doors for AG to really take and clean up the rest of the side of Waybo Gaming. Numbers advantage, always, you know AG never misses that mark.
They indeed never miss. Clean communications, clean execution coming in from all 5 members of AG today. All gamers, I gotta say, in terms of form that they have shown is so far in the entirety of the KPL Summer 2025 playoffs, they have shown an immaculate form today in the Grand Finals.
So at series point, now they're just one more win away from taking this entire best of 7 series. Waybo Gaming backs against the wall, stuck in between a rock and a hard place. I think confidence has been crushed. So Waybo Gaming need to take a break. They need to recover and figure out, okay, what is this winning style of play? Because this is not just about the compositions, the picks and ban, it's about the execution as well.
Yup, so far every 4th minute Tyrant that we've seen, AG, even though they have lost the first blood or lost the early game, every time it's 4th minute, it's either we see a crazy engage coming out from Shuai, or we see a crazy follow-up play here coming out from none other than Ran. So we will have to see, can Waybo Gaming neutralize the early game of the 4th minute Tyrant, or will they fall once again in game number 4 because their backs against the walls. There's no more redo, there's no more retry. If they don't win now, they might just get sent off with a 4-0 scoreline.
Exactly, and this is not the kind of scoreline you want, right? The last time Waybo Gaming actually got a little bit of satisfaction in a best of 7 against AG was back in 2023. And it looks like history might not repeat itself today, but you never say never, especially in KPL.
You never say never because KPL is the home region of the best players in the world. So if it's not never to say never, when will they have to make a comeback potential? Because they are put into the situation, they are put into the spotlight right now. If they put themselves in the position where they come back 4 games in a row against the best team currently in KPL, that will make history and that will be a legendary performance.
That truly will be a Cinderella story, right? So for now, it's set up in that particular range, but of course, we also have another thing set up for you, and that's going to be a performance by Zhang Yuan coming in the stadium as well. You guys will get to enjoy that. And this is also a very important time for both teams, right? AG, this is the time where they reinforce their thought process, work out with the coach, okay, what is this final draft going to look like? We're going to end this in a 4-0 series fashion. And then for Waybo, it's kind of like, okay, let's regroup, retrain our thoughts. Coach Lin, what do you have for us? How do we come back 4 games in a row to take everything?
I feel like we might just see a Jane here coming in from none other than Lin Heng. His FMVP skin, his FMVP hero in the history of KPL. It is said that when times are tough, when times are desperate, we will see the Jane come into the light for Waybo Gaming here. But since it's a KPL known story, we might just see AG ban it out entirely, or you know, they might just challenge it so they can close off the series 4-0 while shutting down every possible storyline for Waybo Gaming.
Yeah, I think that's what they all want to hear, but for now, we will hear the performance of Zhang Yuan, one of the premier singers in China.
情遇到最想要的人，放下一方不再被现实所困，愿你前程似锦，不凡此生。愿你千杯不醉，总会有两人相伴。多去慧眼，看透这变幻人间。愿你历经时间，仍是少年。就像做试卷、写字、打游戏一样，爱自己这件事情也要反复练习哦。请大家记得要一遍一遍的练习爱自己。有生之年，愿你没有遗憾。有生之年，愿你笑容灿烂。愿你三冬暖，愿你春不寒，愿你勇敢，愿你平安，愿你没有苦难。要怎样？愿你因为爱情遇到最想要的人，富甲一方不再被现实所困。愿你前程似锦，不凡此生。愿你千杯不醉，总会有两人相伴。独具慧眼，看透这变幻人间。愿你历经时间，仍是少年。愿你累了倦了，有人会为你分担。每个夜晚都会有美梦作伴。愿你长路漫漫，得偿所愿。愿尘世间烦恼从此都与你无关，遇到的事全部都得你心欢。愿你情一半，爱一半。愿你们情一半，爱一半。这首是祝福别人的歌，但是要记得祝福自己哦。有生之年没有遗憾，谢谢。什么时候出现的立麦？我都没有看见。大家好，我是张远。大家今晚开不开心呐？激不激动？反正我很激动。我在家，我不是在家什么？你看我激动的，我在后台啊，我真的是看着前3句，看到我手抖，真的是激动死我了。今天这个氛围，我觉得就不该唱 emo 的歌了吧？感谢你。好了，咱不唱这首歌，好不好？今天应该燃一点，对不对？所以呢，我觉得今天呢，跟大家分享一首歌，就是在我最低谷的时候、最丧的时候写的最燃的一首歌。对，这首歌呢，也发行于应该是2021年左右吧。对，我现在突然想不起来了。那个时候呢，我的意思就是说，越丧的时候，越是给自己燃提供的燃料。所以这首歌特别开心能够分享给大家，是我丧燃 EP 里面我自己创作的歌，叫做《哼》。Music。KPL。这边的朋友给我点尖叫好吗？这边的朋友今天吃饭了吗？那全场一起大声一点好不好？飞机掠过整个城市里，其实没人有关系。不管慢慢手点点头听听都，最后还是没接受。喜欢看发呆的我，喜欢看着窗外的你。外面没有别人，只有自己。这世界唯一不变的就是一切都会改变。 相信命运这点不用太狗血，你我就分到两边。今天的我，明天的你，究竟会到哪里？努力无所谓，你都无所谓。不安的世界，不满的时间，还是给自己留一些。不爱的自己，不该的自信，我们都不太清晰。不堪的记忆，不甘的自己，不管它什么是曾经，不想起你吝啬只言片语。好听吗？谢谢这边的朋友，也给我一声尖叫好不好？谢谢你们。醍醐灌顶，我不强求，在好几场大雨之后，这世界有点痛，以后才懂慢点揉，才能快点走。今天的我，明天的你，究竟会到哪里？我无所谓，你都无所谓。不安的世界，不满的时间，还是给自己留一些。不爱的自己，不该的自信，我们都不太清晰。不堪的记忆，不甘的自己，不管它什么是曾经，不想起你吝啬只言片语。不一定原谅所有，不怕多少个白头，跟自己和平分手，不管越不越过山丘。我不是幼稚，没那么偏执，这是我选择的方式。心中的自己没那么孤寂，谁都有表里不一。我只是幼稚，没有不理智，只是对成熟不坚持。我的世界一步步倒计时，把手交给我。不一定原谅所有，不看多少个白昼，跟自己和平分手，就算没越过山丘。谢谢，好听吗？哎，今天也特别开心啊、能够作为 KPL 我们夏季联赛决赛的这个嘉宾啊，然后能在这个时段呢跟大家分享音乐，调节一下气氛。现在也非常的紧张啊，就是我觉得接下来呢这首歌也是一种鼓励啊，因为我特别荣幸演唱了我们 KPL 这次夏季联赛的决赛的这个主题曲，然后这首歌叫做《绽放》，然后把这些所有的鼓励都送给我们优秀的少年们，好吗？好了，来吧，我们一起绽放。听见了？我借大家的愿望，穿过人海和高墙，相互成为彼此的光。无数次热泪盈眶，无数次把梦擦亮，跌倒失败那又怎样？向着攀登，迎着风，行至巅峰，踩着痛，幸好有你陪我这一程。推开窗，划出个遥远星光绽放，点燃名为青春的赛场，越渴望心越烫。遥不可及的梦想绽放，并肩按照掀翻着巨浪，这锋芒不可挡。
时间不熄灭的光，暗自与命运较量，倔强的少年就要登场。向上攀登，迎着风，行至巅峰，踩着痛，幸好有你陪我这一程。推开窗，化作最遥远星光闪放，点燃名为青春的赛场，越渴望心越烫，让遥不可及的梦想绽放，并肩按着弦翻着巨浪，乘风吧不可挡，胜利致命的方向，别管沿途多跌宕，只书写崭新篇章。也无妨，想象雷动站万人中央，比不上的荣光。谢谢，让我们继续为选手们加油吧！拜拜。
We are truly with you. It is time to go back into the next half of this best of 7 between AG as well as Waybo Gaming.
And the song is so, I would say, heartwarming. For those who don't know Chinese language or Mandarin, technically, all three songs that is presented is all about the mental, the youthfulness, the fighting spirit of all these KPL teams to not just look at failures, but to look at the commitment, the passion, the love of the game to really move further. And we really see a very grand KPL stage, players, fans just moving in as one. So it's a very, very big scale event here in the Chinese region.
Yes, it definitely is, right? And of course, this time, let's hope this break has been great for the side of Waybo Gaming as well as for all gamers, because this is series point for the side of AG.
It is indeed series point for the side of AG. It is backed against the wall for Waybo Gaming. If it's not now, it's never that they can find their footing in this series. Right now, 3-0 into scoreline. If you are a new player, a fresh player just qualifying to the grand finals, the mental stress that you are having right now, it is beyond the roof.
It definitely is, right? And right now, if you take a look at the picks on the side of AG, have they been expensive? Yes, they have, right? Cat Boom, they have the Arlie, they have the Xiao Xiao, the Pei as well. But these are only a fraction of the hero pool that is available to AG. They have so many more picks available.
So many more picks. We have yet to see the Guan Yu here coming in from Ron. We have yet to see the Master Luban combination here coming in from none other than Yinor and Shuai, that has had a fantastic performance in this best of 7 series. 3 back-to-back MVP titles in all these matches.
Yes, and I think if there's any time to recover, right? Even listening to that song just now, even if you don't understand Chinese, it's really about recovery. So what if you have setbacks? Just charge forward.
Yep, just charge forward and just prepare yourself for the worst. And when the worst comes, that is where you prepare yourself for the best outcome here. Even for AG, they were not the best teams prior to all these recent years. It took them blood, sweat, and tears to claw themselves into this current position. And right now, they are eyeing for their 5th consecutive Grand Finals Grand Slam.
Yes, and I think, you know, one of the scary things that I know about AG is the fact that they also have access to what we like to call as the no farm laner strategy, or no farm laner composition. And I'm very sure it will spoil the hearts of Weibo fans if that happens.
Yep. Yinor still has that Fuzu, still has that Luban number 7. He still has so much arsenal in their pick and ban strategy. So the pressure here is thrown over to none other than Coach Lin from Waybo Gaming to formulate the most or the best confidence drop here for the side of Waybo Gaming players to really find their footing in the series, because you need that one win to get yourself going in this elimination match.
Yes. Now, AG have already made use of the 2 extra life strategies coming in, right? So in game number 2, they used Zhenren, offering either the roam or one more player on the side of AG a extra life. Game number 3, we have the Sulia, also has a secondary life of his own. So will there be another composition that works in this particular format? Ambrosa, for those of you that know, is also one of these potential picks, but that one will be in the Clash name. We'll see how this goes.
I think for that Waybo Gaming, you really have to limit none other than Shuai in this roamer role. Right now, there's still Kong Kong there's still Liang, there's still Master Luban that has just been freshly banned out for the side of Waybo Gaming. Because Shuai, if he gets his hand on such a proactive roamer, you're gonna have a bad time if you're Waybo Gaming.
Oh, they even ban out the early. This is not looking good at all for Waybo Gaming. There's still, of course, a couple of options for them to explore, but Waybo Gaming, they want to try and limit the options on the side of AG. They take out the Master Lupan and the Byron as well.
So that's a big marker here coming in for Waybo Gaming. They do not want Yino and Shuai anywhere near that Luban combination here. So removing that, yes, it provides them a bit of a breathing room here, but all gamers here, they still have all these picks, especially Kaiser, one of the main front lines in this patch, has been locked in for AG.
Yes, a lot of new combinations for this one. You can actually have the Dolia, and then you can pair it up with the Yingzhen as well for the start of all gamers. So you have a big shield up in front in the form of the Kaiser with the Invincible Warrior. You also have that long range engage, which fits perfectly into what they have done in game number 2 and 3, which is to just push them away, take the turrets.
And Zemo here, getting that Charlotte that he had so much success back in the World Series. We've seen what he can do with the Charlotte, with the Guan Yu here, and locking in a confidence pick does give Waybo Gaming some form of good news in this game number 4.
Okay, so we have seen the Sulia and Charlotte combination coming out from Waybo Gaming. They did find success against Wolves Esports with this combination as well. And here we go, this is what we're talking about. The Dolia refresh, double Invincible Warrior. Now, does AG add another opening for this? They take up the Lady Jin, who is also a natural counter towards the Kaiser, but it works wonders against the Sulia as well.
A lot of this engage here coming in from AG, and it gives option for the Dolia on Shuai, right? You can allow double Destructive Deluge from the Lady Zhen, or you can give the Kaiser so much room to play around with double Invincible Warrior going into the early to mid game team fights. So if you're a Kaiser, you have so much room with your ultimate, you can make so much space and chase so much for the area that Yino and Sheng needs to do DPS.
True, and we know how AG does with an advantage, but let's be honest about Waybo Gaming here, right? I think this is one of their best compositions, at least on the first half, we have seen today. This is a winning combination that they have used in other series against other teams, but this is AG we're talking about.
This is indeed AG we're talking about here, and usually when we go into like game number 4 and you're on the winning side, it is still fine to draft a dummy draft here. What does a dummy draft mean? It means that you are drafting empty picks that doesn't contribute to a lot of priority in the draft, so you get that room that you can win in game number 5 or 6 because you're up in series score and you can just target Waybo Gaming's pull when it goes to that game 5 and game 6.
So smart, Waybo Gaming. So the last 3 bans, right? Taking away the Erin, taking away the Gerya. These are very mobile, damaging heroes. They deal damage as they move, right? So it's very huge. But at the same time, they also know about the surprise foods coming out from Inor. Inor, if you didn't know, used to be a Clash laner. So they want to just dumb down any potential force of weapon coming out from AG. You have to blunt that force now.
And talk about blunting that force, once again, Lin Heng's pull is getting target extremely heavy coming in from all gamers here. Another 3 jungle ban has been locked away from Lin Heng. His signature Jing is nowhere to be seen. It is locked away once again.
They need a super massive tank because right here, Waybo Gaming, they have to play until the late game. They need that form of defense right from the get-go.
They need that exceptionally importance of that get-go that you mentioned. The early game is so important for Waybo Gaming. It falls towards the hands of Team Yue and Lin Heng to find their markers, just like what Shuai did with the pick here. And right now, AG, they lock in the Diren J and they lock in the Sikong as well for Ran. Double marksman team composition with a solid front right in the form of the Kaiser.
It's so tough to play against this composition. Okay, so let me explain why. Number one, Di Renjie has a cleanse. With the Sikong ultimate, you're also able to get the cleanse. And that is, a double-pronged attack on both sides. Now, Waybo Gaming, they figured that their answer is going to be a Hangzhou. No, I think a Yao. Yeah, Yao seems better because he's able to tank quite a little bit more against, in comparison against a Hangzhou. Both are also very mobile in terms of their movements. Waybo, they take this one last chance with a Yao pick.
Well, the Yao has been locked in for the side of Lin Heng in towards the jungle here. 3 times in the first 3 games. The effects of the jungle has yet to be seen and has been really well suppressed coming in from all gamers draft here. And game number 4, try this time. He's not on a very flashy pick. Is unable to do all these crazy engages, but he's on a Dolia. So this is one of the chances that Waybo actually has to claw back to the series.
Yes, but here's some information that might make you doubt it a little bit. This is another 100% win rate hero for our Ran Clash Nina on the side of AG. 100% win rate in Grand Finals competitions for the Sikong.
Wow, another 100% win rate. But win rates are meant to be broken from both of these two teams here. We saw that Lin Heng had a 100% win rate on Pei, and it has been shattered by AG's side of the Sulie. So, can Waybo Gaming realistically pull it back? They will have to do the inevitable. They will have to do the unpredictable right now.
I think Waybo Gaming's major weakness is just getting flanked, right? Because actually they have a pretty decent dive lineup, right? The Yao can dive, the Charlotte can dive, and even the Sulie can dive as well. But you have to make it very careful because this leaves Max and King Yue very open in the backlines as well. And this can be circumvented with a goal lead on the side of Waybo Gaming. So this early part of the game, making sure they steal camps away and protecting their own jungle camps from the side of AG is going to be monumental.
It will be monumental, and Waybo Gaming's current draft that I've seen so far is actually very well balanced here. You will have the Cat Boom and all these resources around him to actually funnel into the late game Shoryue potential here. So if you are Waybo Gaming, just make sure that the first 4 minutes is in your favor, and the 12-minute mark is where the Shoryue will come out on top as a primary carry.
Hopefully so. I mean, I'm very sure on AG's plate, one of the things that's on the menu is this Shoryue pick, right? If you shut him down early in the game, he's going to take a long time to recover.
It won't take a long time to recover here, so the early game will be the focal point of both of these two teams here. 3 games that we have seen so far, even though AG has lost out on the first blood, lost out on the early game, they will always find their footing during the Tyrant here. Surprise engages coming in from Shrine. Big follow-ups here coming in from Ran here, but this game, Shrine is on a Dolia, a rather passive role mode compared to the first 3 games that he has had on other picks.
Alright, potential final series, final game of the series here, 3-0 in favor of AG. If AG wins this last game, it is all over for Waybo Gaming.
Yep, game number 4, the pivotal point for Waybo Gaming. It is now or never here. They will have to put all of their strats on the table. All of their pedal has to be maxed on the gas to claw themselves a bit of hope back into the series.
That's right. I can't wait for the fans to be cheering. Let's take a look at which side they'll be at. Now, AG will be on the blue side of the map and Waybo Gaming will be on the right. Let us hear our audiences as they get ready to celebrate what may be the final game in the series or the start of a major comeback for the side of Waybo Gaming.
Wow, already the passive here coming in from Sulie has been proc here, but Cat Boom coming in from Tingyue. It will be disarming the likes of AG. Strike here, Strike going extremely low, gets taken down by the Cat Boom.
Beautiful start for the side of AG, right? No, for Waybo, because taking a first blood is definitely in their favor. But right now, it's also about making sure you get the neutral resources. So that Firehawk at the bottom, already secured by Waybo Gaming. This is great for Max. let's see what else can they build upon to make sure that they can come back against AG.
And so far, First Bloods has been rather consistent coming in from Tingyue with a 9 First Blood mark in the Grand Finals.
Yes, now this is not going to be a steal coming up from Tingyue. The attempt was made, but Space Sprite does go into their hands. So Waybo, they start off strong, but AG, we know that they're very consistent in catching up and making sure they're able to steal camps away from Waybo Gaming as well. Let's see how this is going to work out for them.
And so far, this early game is in favor of Waybo Gaming, like you mentioned here. We have to go back to the topic that we discussed during the pick and bans here. The 4th minute mark is exceptionally important here coming in for Waybo Gaming. Past 3 games, not so great here for Waybo Gaming's execution. So this game, while they fix their issue, is what we will want to see as viewers and fans.
Yes, I'm just really concerned about Waybo Gaming. Like, can they deal with the flank coming out from AG, right? And this flank will come naturally from Ran. If they don't shut down Ran in lane, then they need to be really careful about the way that they take fights. And this was their first blood. Nice bait, right? They actually used the full value of the Iron Colossus.
And this is the beauty of Cat Boom as a mage towards the mid lane here. He has so much wave control against Lady Zun. The movement of this Cat Boom is so quick towards the river here. And I think Swai was also quite surprised because he had like heal and he didn't really press it.
Yeah, the coach as well, and a little bit of disarray over that first blood. Not what they expected, but right away, you don't give things away for free, right? You always put pressure, and this is what AG is famous for. In fact, every KPL team has this trait. You don't get things for free. Here, the dive comes in. This is that initial marker they're looking for. Will not get that final strike from the side of Lingham, but they can put some pressure on their Azure Golem.
Yup, Lingham here having the initiative towards the jungle here, but River Sprite protection is still available coming in for all gamers.
Yep, Invincible Warrior gonna be used. There's a lot of life, and it's not enough against the side of Waybo Gaming. They get the Iron Colossus down. At this point, they did manage to get the steal on that Azure Golem. Lingham will be able to make it out safely. But for now, Ran goes on a 2v1. Doesn't need to dive too far. Right now, it's really about damage control. It is going to be a 1k goalie for the side of Waybo Gaming as we approach close to that 4-minute mark. What does Waybo Gaming do with this advantage?
But I gotta say here, kid, I don't know what they're gonna do with the advantage, but it's such a better thing here coming in from Waybo Gaming as Tingyue again executes Zoe in his own jungle.
So Tingyue has had like MVP performances with his Cat Boom, and today it looks like it's going to be another one in the bag for them. Right now, putting a lot more pressure. Taking away the jungle so early is great, and here comes the pressure of the Cat Boom. Just free shots with the kitty bombs as well, and at this 4-minute mark, the pit is going to be open for Waybo Gaming.
And much better early game here coming in from Waybo Gaming. Very dominant performance here in this 4th minute mark. This is the Waybo Gaming that we've seen in the lower semis and lower finals here. Finally, they have awoken in this early game.
Yep. I mean, if there's any time to recover, it has to be now, right? Waybo Gaming, they need everything they can get their hands on, be it the minions, be it the kills, be it the neutral objectives as well. And Tingyue, he has been really consistent with those kitty bombs as well.
Yeah, he's just all over the map here, putting so much pressure on Yino's Direnjie towards the bottom. You can just look at those bombs. It's just landing on Yino, bombs after bombs after bombs. Yino has to think like, oh, sniper coming in from Shouyue here. Bombs coming in from Tingyue's Cat Boom here. So much to dodge here, so much pressure on this Direnjie towards bot lane.
Yes, the biggest marker is the fact that they're locking the members of AG here, which means they get to play the map rotations a little bit better. There is going to be a wraparound by Mengxi, not going to be having too much value because he is scouted out by Sheng. But once again, the lane advantage, this builds so much room for Max to really snowball.
We have to still see the mid-game potential coming in from Waybo Gaming. We still see a double marksman setup here coming in from all gamers here. So, when the Direnjie and Ron hits 2 items, that's where AG's goal time, the bell, will be struck here. Waybo Gaming, they have to utilize this lead to push it to an even larger gap for their team.
Yes, it's 2,000 in advantage to Waybo Gaming. This is the best result they've had in all of the games in the best of 7 series just yet. So right now, it really is about securing, making sure that there's no growth coming out from the side of AG, but it's getting a little bit difficult because AG are pushing, they're testing the limits of Waybo Gaming. They're trying to enter the jungles, get free camps.
And this is a much better game for Waybo Gaming here. Lin Heng found his footing in the jungle department here, winning out a lot of these gold against Zoe in this jungle matchup here. And Ting Yue being the focal point of this exchange here, winning out the mid lane rotations, winning out the side lane pressure here, providing so much room for Max and Lin Heng to escalate this game.
And they can't really handle him, right? Direnjie is very short-handed. He does not have the range that Ting Yue offers. And right now, this is going to be a 3-member push pressure on the top side. But you're going up against an invincible warrior. Backup comes as well. They don't have to overcommit. Waybo Gaming, they play it safe for now.
Yep, Celestial Melody provides the Invincible Warrior once again off cooldown here. So that's a big CD here that Shuai has to suffer for the next upcoming minute here, as we see all these teams here are focusing their priorities towards the clash lane of Ron's Zikong, but the engage goes through.
Oh, beautiful. They push him back as well, but with the ultimate, Ron does make it out, so there is no kill potential. Wait, hang on. This is Ting Yue we're talking about. The cap boom makes that explosion. All-round explosion as well. They get another one. Sheng is going to be taken down, and Waybo Gaming come alive.
They come alive and they are rocking the scoreboard right now. 0-4 in terms of kills as they take a 2-0 clean in terms of this exchange right now. You're knocking onto this tier 1.
Yeah, they will have to make that full value. T1 in the middle. One more strike with the all-round explosion. Forces the flash from Ino as well. This is the best state of the game Waybo has been at in this 4 games of the best of 7 series. And for now, look at the lead. It's close to 4,000 gold in advantage for Waybo Gaming.
And just 7 minutes short, they pulled out such a big lead just for Waybo Gaming here. Ting Yue is so darn good on this cap boom.
They have to secure it. They do put it in the hands of Zoe as well, so that's a recovery on the side of all gamers. They just need to make sure they find an opening to maybe shut down Max, and that will allow them that comeback factor. But for now, that is not going to be the case, because 6,000 gold with another jump on the top side. Ran uses his ultimate to try and escape. Will make it out for now, but the snipe will not hit the mark as well, so AG survive.
Yeah, Ram with the fancy feet escapes from the danger here, but the mid-game potential that we talk about with this Zikong and Direnjie is nowhere to be seen. Ting Yue on this cap boom, masterclass performance, zoning, doing damage, 44% damage on just one hero is nuts.
Yes, he really bought so much space for the side of Waybo Gaming, right? I mean, the rotations is one, the wave clear is a secondary one, but the most important value that he got was the fact that Max is pretty much left untouched. He does not lead his counterpart Inoa by too much, but in terms of itemization, this is where you want. You want that Shadow Reaper, you want that Eternity Blade, and we are close to the 10-minute mark. You need that snowball factor for Max.
And also, one key thing. It's good that Max is equal in gold because Max scales better than a Direnjie on the Shoyu here. This Shoyu is just gonna get ramping up all these gold and be this late game menacing force that all gamers might not have an answer for.
Yes, and they're kind of pressing themselves against the wall, right, on the side of AG, because you have to work your way past the frontliners in order to access Max. And for now, it's a 2-man dive on the T2 at the bottom. Ran is doing his best to hold on the fort. And for now, Max does enter the fray, will try to get the snipe. Nice dodge with that Ocean of Tears as well. And AG, yes, they're down, but they're not out yet.
But we see AG's heart rate, right? So, you know, in winning games, he has a heart rate of 150. So this game, is he rather chill in this game because he knows for a fact that this is a dummy draft?
I don't know. I mean, I would expect that, hey, you're still leading the series by 3-0, right? So if there's one loss, that's fine. I think end of the day, they have put up very good picks on the side of Waybo Gaming as well.
That might be indeed the case right now. His heart rate just skyrocketed back to 152. So this game, Waybo Gaming's early to mid game has been phenomenal. So 10-minute right now, shadow objectives has been spawned towards the map. We need to see how Waybo Gaming escalate this game because this is one of the biggest lead they got so far in the series.
I don't think it's wise for all gamers to really dive a little bit too hard, but they need information here. It will be secured by the side of Waybo Gaming. So everything's still in great synergy for the side of Waybo Gaming. Let's see how far do they want to start pushing this, because Max, with that increase on the Tyrant buff as well, he has extra damage, extra movement speed. They can really make it hurt for the AG.
Oh yeah, and right now Max is already like 3.5 items. He's just gonna be hitting all these auto attacks heavily onto Zoe on this singular tank here. And right now, look at the amount of poke here coming in from the snipes, coming in from the bombs of Ting Yue.
Yep, they just want to push them back. They want access into the T2. Here comes the flash as well. Mengxi gets the catch onto the backlines, but it's a little bit too far forward. Ling Heng could be taken down. Ran chasing in. They get the kill. Sheng responsible for the downfall. And suddenly, Waybo Gaming are on the run. And it's not looking good. AG, what a recovery. What a time to do it as well. Can they get rid of the menace that is Tingyue? Tingyue will be managing to escape. But for now, AG regained a little bit of control.
That was under the influence of Shadow Tyrant here, kid. They want a fight without Shadow Tyrant, and right now, they're pathing towards the Shadow Overlord while winning from a deficit. This is crazy stuff coming in from AG, the magical 10-minute AG mark.
Yes, they are known as the 10-minute team, but right now, 1v1, this is not looking good. It's gonna be a big victory for Tingyue. He gets one. The backup comes from Zimo as well. Maybe they want to go for more. There's a lot of kitty bombs, and a second kill in quick succession for the side of Tingyue. As Waybo Gaming, they come to life here.
They come to life, but at what expense? They get 2 dry kills, but they give up the Shadow Overlord that they need to formulate that game-winning push here. And right now, you're in a situation where they are tied almost 50-50 in terms of the scoreline.
Yeah, but this is not good then for the side of Waybo Gaming. They need a very significant advantage. Yes, you have a late game insurance in the form of a 6-slotted max, but if you don't have the numbers advantage, you don't take a fair 5v5, that is not going to work in your favor.
That is indeed the case right now. We need to see how Waybo Gaming continues to escalate their lead, because right now, Yino has already completed the Succubus Cloak here, so Tingyue on the Cat Boom will not be as efficient compared to before.
A slight mute, I guess. But Waybo Gaming, of course, this advantage is still theirs. They have managed to take the T2 on the top side. So Mengxi has a very important role here. He is meant to push them back so that they don't get the backdoor protection. That's where they're going to have value in finding these T2s. They need to make the Fog of War work for them on the side of Waybo Gaming.
Yeah, Fog of War will be key here, but there's only one tank of all gamers, and that is Zoe on this Kaiser here. So, Snipe comes through and steals away the Crimson Golem from the hands of Yino. That's gonna be painful.
Yeah, goodness me, Max is really pushing the limit in this game number 4. But I mean, this is the time to do it, right? So right now, AG, they play their final card with that first play. The Shadow Overlord is gonna be summoned on the top side, buys them a little bit of time.
Wow. Can't believe it. AG bringing the game back from such a desperate state is so amazing here right now. The next objective will be that 30-second on the map, but oh my god, Changshen almost gets taken down.
Yep, they force him to use the flash, that's great. But the 1v1, Ron is not doing well against Sumo. Sumo, can he get the solo kill? At the same time, they know there's a numbers advantage. Waybo Gaming want to push their way into that Azure Golem on the top, secured by Ling Heng as well. T2 at risk. There is still a minion, backdoor protection, but what a dive! As Max gets the cleanup kill with the help of Zumo as well. And now AG are fighting 4v5.
Beautiful follow-up here coming in from Zimo here. So, Flash is already expended by Yino, extremely low. The moment he flashed away from Zimo's flash gradation, Max snipes just so happenly lands onto Yino's face and executing him from any potential escape.
Yes, and this is going to be a security in the form of the Shadow Tyrant buff for the side of Waybo Gaming. Looking good for now, but yes, we do see you in the comments, and it's kind of like, okay, somebody's 100% win rate is going to be destroyed today.
Yep. Ron's got this, it's probably getting destroyed. Lin Heng's pay got destroyed. So you kind of got a point here in the comment section here. But it's still yet to be the end of the game here. We need to see how Waybo Gaming escalates this final potential push here. Or would it be able to get the high ground turrets here that all gamers is looking to defend?
They have to push them back. The Radiant's going to be used 1v1, jungler versus jungler, but it's looking like it's looking better for the side of Zoe. They have gotten the pushback onto him as the rest of Waybo Gaming looking for an opening. The refresh comes in from the Dolia. This is going to refresh Zoe's ultimate. He will have it for the next defense. But for now, Waybo Gaming, they need to play this slow. They cannot overcommit because the punishment at this time in the game is going to be really painful.
And Tingyue is super locked in this game here. He's getting all these pokes in everywhere on the faces of all gamers. And all gamers, just from this one Cat Boom and Shoya combination in terms of the poking department, their reach is not as long as we expect here. Yes, Ron and Yino, double marksman here. But there's no double marksman if they're poked out of team fight just before it starts.
I like the fact that you say that. I think, you know, one of the things that Waybo has not achieved in this game yet is to put their hands onto Ino. Yes, he has died once in his game, but as the game goes later, you start to see that they don't really have that much access into Ino, and that could cost them the game because you might overdive on the side of Waybo Gaming.
Yep, we will have to see how Waybo Gaming escalates this final push here. Shadow Vanguard has been secured in their pockets here, so Vanguard waves will be crashing towards all 3 lanes here. Shadow Vanguard has been spawned towards the bottom side, top side of the map, and right now we see the Charlotte goes in for more pokes and forcing them back towards their base.
Yeah, this is the Zumo that we wanted from game number 1, right? And finally, this guy has come alive, and with the help of Tingyo, they're actually forcing them back into very tight corners, which is perfect. That's what Mengxi wants. Here comes a dive from Linghem, trying to push them back. They need to find value. They need the backdoor protection gone. But with that Invincible Warrior going to be committed by Zoe as well, this defense has been immaculate so far. But the snipes are coming in, and right now, AG survived, but there's one more. This one is a big one. Shadow Overlord, this time in range. Backdoor protection not available anymore. It's going to be numbers advantage for the side of AG, but here comes the jump in as well, the knockup. They do defend their T3 on the top for the moment. So AG, they have pushed Waybo Gaming back. What more can they do here?
What more can they do will be the question that Waybo Gaming has to answer here, as Yinor forces the Vanguard to stay out of turret range. An immaculate defense that's being played up by AG, even though they're losing out more than 4,000 gold in this mid to late game situation.
Yep. It's lucky for Waybo because AG have not found a way into the heart of Max just yet. But if this situation happened where Max gets taken out in the team fight, I think AG will be able to clean house here.
I have to agree with you, and as of now, as the game progresses slowly towards the Tempest Dragon mark, gold lead is not so important anymore, as more of these players are getting full slotted right now. As Sony here spots out the Zulia in the bush here, but it gets go through!
Yup, the backline access as well. Max gonna take out Eno for the first time in this game, and at the same time, Linghem tries to go in for the chase. They want the cap boom, but they get wrapped around. Waybo Gaming, this is the fight they've been looking for. Frigid Charge gonna be landed down as well. Mengxi trying to settle the stun for the team. Linghem, he's falling a bit low, but that's his first life. Jumps in as well, gives his trade. Ran, forced to use his ultimate defensively, but this is the turret at risk. T3s are open, and Waybo Gaming, this could be the one they take one more game back, and maybe the start of a comeback as well. AG desperately defend against the likes of Waybo Gaming. It's going to be numbers advantage still for the side of Waybo Gaming. First one down, second one down. It's all over for AG as they're all healthy. 5 members, Crystal is open, and Waybo Gaming come back.
Waybo Gaming takes game number 4 to pull the series score back to a 1-3. They still remain a sense of life, a breath of life in this series. There is still hope for Waybo fans and Waybo Gaming. That was a beautiful early game execution here coming in from Waybo Gaming.
Oh, this one was a good recovery from the side of Waybo, right? This is exactly what Waybo Gaming fans wanted. Now, AG, yes, it's a stumble. Don't worry. It's still series point for them. They just have to win one more game. But we have seen so many times teams can catch up from a 3-0 scoreline.
That will be a very interesting way of clawing back to the series and showcasing the KPL Grand Finals summer season. Imagine 3-0 down against one of the best teams in KPL history just to claw it back to a 4-3 winning scoreline here. That is immaculate stuff if they can pull it off.
I really like this because Waybo Gaming is kind of telling, AG chill. I know you have a 3-game lead, but it's not over just yet. And I like the draft, but then we return to that same question once again. Waybo Gaming have expended 4 games of picks. That's 20 heroes out of the hero pool. Yes, we have a lot of heroes available in KPL region, but is it going to be strong enough against the likes of AG?
And you have to add in one more point here, Kin. Very good point that you point out that 20 heroes are standardly banned due to global ban pick here. So whatever you have picked in this series up until game 6, you can no longer pick it to repeat your success here. So if you are Waybo Gaming, you have to figure out one thing. You have yet to fight against the Princess Frost Liang combo that AG does super well with. Your counter of Guan Yu, your counter of the Zenren is still available. The Zenren is still available, but Guan Yu has been expanded by Zimo in game number 1. And AG still has the Luba Master and Luba number 7 combination here. So many of these game-winning tools are still up and available for AG in this game number 5 for the next game.
Yes. Okay, while there is a potential of an RD for Waybo Gaming as well, I firmly believe AG would not allow that pick to happen, right? And if they do, then, there's natural counters that will come out from the side of all gamers. So let's see how it's going to be like as we go into the stage once again.
Well, before we go into the post-game stats, Kin, let's check out a bit on the statistics that we really want to find out, because Ting Yue on this cap boom, masterclass performance here, so much damage here, 604 in terms of KDA, 6 slotted as a mage that we don't really see often in Heroes Gorge or HOK.
Yes, I really like the Venomous Staff. I know for the experienced players this is a very basic item to have, but the anti-regen coming out from Venomous Staff on the side of Ting Yue really hurt the side of AG, because there was not much value even with that double invincible warrior. And adding on, Ting Yue really dealt so much damage. Take a look at that, close to 40%. He dealt over 200,000 worth of hero damage to the side of AG. He has to be MVP.
He has to be MVP. A very good early game here, winning out the mid lane push, just so he can affect the bottom side 2v2 that AG was kind of winning out from that 2v2 situation that we saw. And he caught up Shuai and put up so much pressure, limiting Dino's freedom in all these team fights, making sure that he is poked down due to the lack of reach of the Demon Jin.
Yes, I like the range difference on the side of Waybo Gaming, right? And also, like Zimo on this Charlotte, he really did so well. There were a couple of moments where, you know, we were so focused on that frontal fight between the 4 other members, but Zimo was at the sidelines looking for the flank. And this closed the door for Ran to find that opening into the heart of Waybo Gaming as well.
That is indeed the case right now. If you're Waybo Gaming, that's a good momentum pickup here after the break that you had after the Zhang Yan's performance. And let's check out who's the MVP of this game number 4 here. I kind of feel like it's gotta be Ting Yue, right? He had a masterclass performance.
Yep, super. The cat boom. This one was a very painful performance from the side of this Waybo Gaming mid laner. Close to 40%, he definitely set the stage for Waybo Gaming to start the mount of their comeback here. The kitty bombs, the all-round explosions. All-round explosions is his ultimate, which has 2 stages, right? The initial big burst, and then it splits into 3 different directions close by.
39% damage dealt on this cat boom here, and this is the effect that I talked about here. He got the early game push. AG didn't respect the fact that the cat boom will roam down so fast, and he gets annihilated immediately. And look at this, Ting Yue spots out Zoe here, gets the full all-in combo here, executes him, and leaves without looking at the explosion.
And that's not supposed to happen if you're on AG, right? Your tank is supposed to be able to survive all these pot shots and be able to turn the whole situation around. And this really came in full value for Ting Yue, because number one, he is already a very mobile hero by nature. At the same time, because of the goalie that they had, his items was always ahead. He was able to get consistent damage across the board on the likes of AG.
And look at this 1v1 here, just bullying out the roamer here coming in from the side of AG. And you know, that's pretty good performance here coming from Ting Yue, I gotta say. MVP performance from this cat boom is just immaculate. Damage, roaming, yes, map pressure awareness, he has it all on this cat boom.
Lovely. But unfortunately for Waybo Gaming, we practice the global ban pick format, which means you cannot pick this hero again unless we go into game number 7, of which we will activate the ultimate battle, which will blind pick your composition against your opponents. But that's still far away. We are still at series point for the side of AG. All they need to do is to win 1 more game, and they take this entire series as well as KPL Summer Season 2025.
But still, it's a very worrying state for AG as well. 1 game, yeah, it's kind of close. But if you lose out that game 2, game 3 that's upcoming later, the momentum suddenly shifts towards Waybo Gaming instead. But still, it's a difficult role for Waybo Gaming, because we discussed about this, right? There's still so many of these combinations that yet to be picked up for the side of AG here. And right now, if I'm not wrong, they have side selection for this upcoming game here. So there's still so much of these potential picks, combos here that have yet to expand coming into this game number 5.
Yes, and based on the stats of game number 1, which we showed you earlier just now, if AG picks up that red side, counter pick side, they have a over 60% win rate being on that red counter pick side, right, for BP. So this is a very concerning side, piece of information for the side of Waybo Gaming, because when they're on the blue side, their win rate was close to like 20%. While these are just stats, you also have to bear in mind that compositions now will get a little bit tighter because the hero pool is significantly reduced.
It's significantly reduced, and this puts pressure not just on the players that are playing on the stage here. The coaching staff will have to think back to their choices here. you have 4 games down here, so 20 heroes are automatically banned from your pools here. That means 4 heroes each from the hero pool of your choice here. And for a fact, Marksman has one of the least heroes in HOK, so that's gonna be one of the target bans here that we might be seeing here coming in from both teams.
Yes, and this is, I think, more significant for AG because AG is also known as a team that doesn't mind trying in what we will call weird strats, right? The no farm laner strats, they just ban out everything on the farm lane. And I think Waybo Gaming, yes, they know about this trait, but can they play against it?
Well, that will be an answer or question that one of these teams have to answer here, Kin. But Kin, you gotta look at the bright side here. One thing's for sure, if all these marksmen are banned out, we'll just see the Fuzi and Lubu going to the farm lane once again, like what Wolves and AG did.
Yeah, I really like that, right? They actually had this, so if you didn't manage to catch that game, there was one game between AG and Wolves where both teams just the MM was like foregone. No farm laners, full 5-on-5 with Lupu. I forgot it was Lupu on AG or Lupu onto the side of Wolves, but it was a Lupu versus Fuzi matchup. And knowing this, once again, Eno used to be a Clash laner. He's very comfortable with this switch of pace as well. So I'm just curious whether that's going to be a winning formula if that ever happens in this game number 5.
Before we answer, even go to that state of the game, there's still things like the Geya, there's still things like the Garo, Luban number 7 that AG has yet to pick up here. So if you are Waybo Gaming here, and if you want to pick up the likes of the Arlie, you have to answer some of these questions first before you can actually commit onto that pick.
Yes, and you know, there are a couple of picks available as well, like the Ziya. These are also heroes that help you in that late game scenario, right? We've already seen one such pick, the Soye, very great at the late game stages. Ziya helps you break that level cap, brings you to level 25 if it goes late game, and it doesn't matter really too much what kind of heroes you pick. A level 25 hero is just going to crush you.
Yeah, you give additional stats, more damage output, more tankiness, more HP here. So Ziya, when it comes down to the best of 7, the priority of these picks will start to showcase and surface in the pick and pan pool here. So that's something for them to figure out in this game number 5 that will be starting the pick and ban in just a short moment here.
Yes, I think there's so many things you can explore, right? Number 1, Haiyu hasn't been played in this Best of 7 series yet, which you can ban out, opens up so many different picks. The Ma Chao can be one. We have also seen, like you mentioned before, Yuanke. This is, or Yango, for you guys that are new to the Chinese server for KPL region. There's so many different options to explore, primarily in the Clash lane, especially in the mid as well. Heroes like the Incheon has not been taken out. Heroes like the Yixing has not been used as well. Many different styles of play.
Many different styles of play here, so there's still the Maestro, Nui Yingzhen, all these different styles of picks here being available by both of these two teams here. Will we see the Princess Frost Liang combo or Luban number 7 Master Luban? Or even Lin Heng's FMVP Jing here has still yet to be picked here for both of these two teams here. So as we see the picture on your screen right now, all these heroes for both these two teams are locked away for their selections here, meaning 20 heroes for each side are automatically banned right before the pick and ban starts.
Exactly, that's a huge cut in the hero pool, right? But of course, for the side of Waybo Gaming, so this time, AG, they revert back into that counter pick side, the red side, right? Waybo Gaming will be in charge of the first pick, prio pick, which means I think you want a prio flex picks, right? Heroes that can go into multiple positions and put that pressure back onto AG. Like, what do you want to show us first?
What do you want to show us? And Waybo Gaming has shown us. You cannot give the Master Luban number 7 combo. You cannot give the Liang and Princess Frost combo here. So they are forced to swallow both of those bans in the first half of the series.
Okay, so Haiyu is open for the picking on this scenario here for game number 5. You also have big picks like the Yuanke, but I think Yango, you don't want to show it firsthand. It will be a great last pick.
It will be a great last pick, and it is very important for Yango to see the situation of the game, right? Zimo plays a decent Yango and is very good at it, but you're on blue side. Blue side is not the best place where you can select Yango here, but Waybo Gaming, they go back to basics here. Floorborn tank has been locked in as their primary frontline for this game.
Okay, so this opens up the doors for Waybo Gaming to try out the Da Chao combination as well. This is going to be great. That was stock standard for a couple of months or seasons on the side of the Flowborn tank, right? Now the question is, on the side of AG, what kind of initiation do you want to play? Because if they truly pick the Da Chao combination coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming, they get free engages and they have an escape card for free.
Oh, the side of AG getting such insane picks on the red side. We were talking about, yes, we were number 7. We were talking about, yes, the Liang. But we forgot about the Kong Kong one of the highest potential engaged roamers here is locked in for AG.
Yes, and bear in mind, Kong Konger also offers something really cool, which is he's able to steal your items away from you. Of course, the higher level the item, the shorter duration it takes. And now they go blow for blow here, right? The Erin going up against the Geya both operate in the same capacity, so they damage as along with the mobility as well. So they're able to move and shoot at the same time.
Able to move and shoot here, and Haiyu is still up and available for the side of all gamers here. Waybo Gaming, this is the result of not winning games with important drafts here. You're forced to prioritize different picks, because if you, for a fact, give that pick towards the second stage of the draft, you will be suffering even lesser of a hero pool.
Yeah, I love this ban. The Hano has been banned on the side of AG because in its melee form, right, Hano is actually a hard counter against the Agudo pick. So all gamers, they want to make sure that the jungler Zoe has a decent time against the likes of Waybo Gaming. My concern here is they need to shut this Erin down. Erin has one of the best performances in this particular patch of KPL. And I find it surprising we have not seen it until here, but it has been truly because of the compositions. And with the Zhenren addition as well, this buys so much time for Waybo Gaming to get the correct plays in hand.
And just now, the graphic that just popped up is another 100% win rate on none other than Shuai's Kong Kong in the grand finals here. But you make a very good point here, kid. Allowing the Erin to fast track towards the 3 to 4 item spike will allow Waybo Gaming to hit that early game spike towards all these item spikes for none other than Max on this Erin here. As long as Erin gets the items, she will be insanely strong in terms of the high burst potential.
Yes, and the way that Waybo Gaming's composition works now, you can actually add in even more poke damage, right? Just play from range, and if it's necessary, you want to get the dive, the Zhenren is going to do that job for you. Or if you get dive, Zhenren's ultimate, right, for science is going to save your life, extend the fight, buy you more time. And with Erin, the more time you're able to buy, the greater amount of damage over time you're able to land onto the side of AG. But AG, they respond with the high rate. I love this. Probably looking to take out the Zhenren or the Flowborn tank, depending on the situation.
Removing the Zhenren from the map will be pretty interesting as well. And AG drafting a very aggressive early to mid-game combination already here. You have the Haiyu, you have the Agudo, and you have the Geya. Already, you see the 4th minute mark as an indestructible death ball coming in from all gamers here. If Waybo Gaming wants to face check against all gamers at the 4th minute mark, you will be met by the Haiyu's ultimate.
Okay, we'll look for that close range engage and deterrence, right? That's going to come in the form of the Lady Zhen for the side of Waybo Gaming, hopefully being able to push the side of AG out. But for now, it looks like they will lock in the final pick, Yang Jian, coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming. Is this the best composition available going up against AG?
I like the Yang Jian because one thing's for sure, if you are removed from the map against the Haiyu, you're so tanky and your CC immunity when you reach that breaking point here. So, wow, a Ma Chao being locked in here for side of AG's round here. He wants to be the MVP player in this final game here. Ma Chao, high in mobility, high in the damage department here. One of the Clash lane carries in the KPL scene.
Very dangerous pick coming out from the side of AG. Dangerous not for AG, but dangerous for Waybo Gaming. Ma Chao is one of the most mobile Clash laners at this point. And at this point, he is also going to be in a very particular position where he's able to bait ultimates out. Specifically, number 1, the Zhenren, or even the side of Tingyue with the destructive Deluge on that Lady Zhen. So I think it's very important that Waybo Gaming be very stingy or have a good understanding on whether AG is really looking for a fight or looking to burn resources out of their composition.
Both of these two teams, one thing's for sure here, kid, they have a very well-rounded draft like you mentioned here. Like, for the side of Waybo Gaming, they can always bank the late game insurance onto Max on this errand here, and the Zhenren will fast track this errand towards that item spike that we talked about here. So the glittering gold passive here coming in from Zhenren, for those who don't know, gives you additional gold when you take down minions, when you take down jungle monsters here. So that is gonna be a key factor here coming from Waybo Gaming's success here. However, all gamers here, we talked about it just now during the pick and ban stage. Geya, Haiyue, and then Agudo, insanely strong rip control.
Yes, and they buy a lot of time, right, for Inua. Because on the Geya, look, the moment Ran as the Ma Chao goes in, dives, zips in, zips out, not only does he pose a threat against the farm laner, right, on the side of Waybo Gaming, Max needs to reposition. At the same time, you also have Sheng who's looking to lock up an important target. This can come in the form of either the Zhenren, or it can be the Flowborn tank, or even the side of Yang Jian. So 3 big picks to choose from. You're always in a damage deficit against the lineup of AG.
Well, we have to see, right? When AG showed us Zhenren with Yang Jian, it was insanely tanky because even though you kill out tank on the first time, do you have enough damage taken down a second time is what AG has to answer here. On the side of Waybo Gaming, however, keeping the Aaron alive will be the case that they have to master in this game number 5.
Okay, so once again, we are back at the same state. AG against Waybo Gaming. Potential series point for AG, the current champions, coming out from spring season 2025 of KPL as we head into game number 5 of KPL Summer season 2025.
Well said there, kid. Waybo Gaming up against the champions of spring here. They are backs against the wall 1-3 in terms of the scoreline here. Winning out that game number 4 is exceptionally important for Waybo Gaming here. But let's hear what the crowd has to say for our teams.
Lovely rotation coming in from Mengxi to make sure that they keep this Agudo honest. The passive of the release not going to be having full value for Zoe, which means he needs to match his jungle pacing with Linghen. At the same time, quite a bit of damage has been handed on to Max.
But Max here, Flash already been expanded from the side of all gamers, 3 versus 1 collapse here. So the next time that happens here, Max might be in a bit of a sticky situation here if he finds himself getting caught out here. Right now, look at the amount of pressure that's being committed against Max on this errand.
You have to shut him down, right? Max needs to be shut down at this point. AG, not only do they take away that initial camp at the bottom side, I think they have also secured the Firehawk. So this is looking good for AG. Not something we have said a lot in this first 4 games leading into game number 5 here.
I have to agree with you, but it's still towards a rarely quiet early game that we talked about here. Usually at this point, we've already seen a first blood being blown up by both these 2 teams here, but coming to game number 5, rather quiet compared to what we've seen so far.
Because Waybo cannot overcommit even with the TP.
Wow, big chunk of damage here coming onto Lin Heng's Flowborn here, but a very good disengagement coming in from King Yue's Lady Zhen to really bail his jungle out of that sticky situation here. Right now, we see another form of engage here being committed onto Ran's Ma Chao towards the clash lane here, as Sheng is here to help his clash lane out to release some pressure.
Yes, it's important to get the numbers advantage, exactly what they're doing here. 2v1, I don't think they're going to be able to get a kill, but it's really more about, hey, we need to push you off of the space sprite, we need to delay as much gold in EXP, but more importantly, the rotation speed cannot be faster. So AG doing a good job of pushing them away for the moment, but they realize that, hey, Crimson buff is a little bit more important.
And if you want to maximize gold value onto a jungle in towards the early game, just have the support follow the jungle, and the gold will be evenly split among to all members of the team here, and especially to whoever who last hits it. Usually, if it's only jungle and 1 laner, it will split however whoever last hit towards the laner. But if you have a jungler and a roamer, it goes towards who last hits instead.
Yes, I think gold sharing is also very important in this game, right? This is how teams are actually able to keep pace and making sure that they don't lose out in terms of goal differential. Now, if you take a look across the board, the biggest difference in terms of goal is actually in that mid lane as well as the jungle, right? So Lin Heng actually trailing a little bit against Zoe, and then we have a small lead going to the side of Sheng.
And Ron just spelling out the position of Ting Yue here. Notices the fact that Ting Yue is nowhere to be seen onto the map here. So he plays exceptionally safe to make sure that he does not get caught up by this sneaky ladies in.
I mean, information is king, right? You want to be able to make the right decisions, but you can only do it if you know where the other members on the side of Waybo Gaming, or in this other case, AG are at.
Yep, and this is still a very quiet early game compared to what we've seen so far. 4 minutes into the game here, yet to see any first blood being committed by both of these two teams here. Goal lead, however, is a 50-50 tie here. You have Mengxi on this Zhenren to provide that extra goal value here. So Waybo Gaming's goal lead, it won't run away too far away from AG.
Yeah, at the state of the game now is really about, can we burn out your resources, right? Can we get you to use your flash? Can we get you to use your ultimates? And then we can really take a look at, okay, maybe we take the Tyrant at this point. But I like this decision coming out from AG because number one, they know that Zoe wants to secure that buffer, so they're actually delaying the entrance on the side of Waybo Gaming. Likewise, it's the same train of thought. So right now, this tussle for the Tyrant will come in the form of a team fight. Oh, there we go.
Engage goes on to Max here. Max gets caught up by the Raging Sandstorm of Eno here. Beautiful setup comes in from Stride to secure a kill onto Max here. But Eno is in a bit of a tough situation here. Can he bail out? He does bail out towards safety here. First blood goes over to the hands of AG, but the final return kill onto Sheng on towards the cross map.
Lovely play by AG. So number one, they get a dive onto Max, so they delay his farm, and with that, they have 25 first bloods in grand finals on the side of AG. But the moment they knew that they were going to dive, the call out by Zoe is, you guys buy time, I'm going straight for the Tyrant. So they secure two big things at the same time, and Waybo has no response because you have to address the problems here.
And as game goes on longer and longer, we're just going to be seeing more of these plays being committed here, because right now, Max gets caught out without any flash and gets executed by Eno here. And as of this point, you have no flash onto Max. The next play that Shuai does onto you, that will be a critical point that AG can maximize and punish.
Yes, Max does not have flash as well, right? Eno does not have flash too, but for now, it's going to be a lot of pressure coming out from AG. They have already secured a small lead. They have taken a T1 at the bottom. Now it's about stopping Waybo Gaming from getting any recovery.
Oh, and Ominous Premonition being stolen away from Shuai just to give it over to Sheng here. So, a bit of a cheeky play here, Shuai, utilizing the mirror image to scout out any potential camps here from the side of Waybo Gaming here. Just look at him. Just casually stealing away money, stealing away items here from the enemy team.
This is why Kong is such a premier pick in KPL, right? Because you are able to take less risks. Your puppets can help you scout out information across the map. At the same time, you're able to reposition and go on the offensive when necessary, which is why Shuai takes the stun. And right now, they're going to steal more camps, successful for the side of Sheng. So every little thing working in favor of AG as they maintain a, 600 goal lead for the moment.
Yep, every tidbits will contribute to the big gold lead we will be seeing shortly here. All gamers currently standing strong with almost a 1000 gold lead, even though Mengxi is on a Zhenren that can provide extra gold value for his team.
It's not looking good for now, right? Because Mengxi, I think he hasn't been able to find, I think just maybe in general, entire Waypo, they have not found an opening that allows them to punish AG for their aggression. And they have to be really careful because they've already lost another T1 at the top. So the map is getting a little darker for Waybo Gaming. And if they allow this to continue, AG is just going to start walking into the jungle unpunished.
And that's not what they want to happen towards this game, especially you have Ron on this Machao that is unbothered in towards the early game here. Having this free access in the side lane is not a good news if you are a Waybo Gaming fan, because this Machao, once he hit that 3 to 4 item spike, he is gonna be terrorizing the backline, especially Ting Yue and Max.
Yeah, Max is the last person that they want to lose on the side of Waybo Gaming, right? So they need to shut down Ran, but because of the map advantage they have on the side of AG, it's not looking too good. And look at the way they're playing, right? Number 1 in gold, 5,500, already top of the table is Zoe, and they're working a little bit harder on that T1 in the mid. This is with backdoor protection, by the way.
Yeah, Furball, they're just to soak up all these damage from the turret shots here, chipping in some of these damage towards the turret here, slowly getting that tier 1 towards the mid lane here. Once that tier 1 goes down, you're gonna be seeing insane flanks here coming in from Ran and Yinor here with these drift coming in from the Goya.
Okay, the flank on the back lines.
Flank on the back line is committed from the side of Lin Heng on towards this floorboard here. This roamer here coming in from AG gets caught out uncharacteristically. So a beautiful play here coming in from Waybo Gaming, catching out Shuai off guard on his Kong Kong
Oh, that's what you need. They want to force out Changshen's ultimate as well.
Now Changshen here gets poked out by Lin Heng here. So right now top side has been secured from the side of Waybo Gaming here. We see an immediate respawn towards the mid lane here from the side of AG's mid and jungle. They get the turret and then bail out here. That's tier 1 being secured here. But right now, Waybo Gaming might be getting collapsed here by the likes of AG because they are in a 3v5 position.
I don't think they need to risk it, right? At this point, look, the map is definitely in control on the side of AG, and they will try to put a little bit more damage.
Yep, here Sandstorm being committed here, but Aaron dances away and peels off to safety here. So, still pretty well played coming in from Waybo Gaming here. A very decent 50-50 mark here coming in from both these two teams here as we see Waybo Gaming fighting more of a footing here coming in towards the mid-game and towards the Game 5 series.
And you can see the response on the side of AG, right? They knew that this is something they can't contest, so they actually prio to get that Crimson buff. And right now, this could be the turnaround they're looking for.
Yeah, Destruction's Deluge already committed from the side of Ultimate here. That's why goes in for the Concord Ultimate here. CC's the front line here, but Mercy flashes into No Man's Land here. That is not where you want to be here. Foresights already pop here, but he flashes in and does not find the mark onto his engager right now. We see a 5v4 situation being committed by both sides here as Lin Heng gets pulled into the Mirage Land.
Yeah, they're looking for a kill here. So Puppet is going to be used on the side of Shuai. And for now, it's looking not good for the side of AG. Zimo actually gets that finishing blow onto the side of AG. And this is where the recovery starts to come in. Now they've cut the gold deficit to about 1,000. And what a timing to do it because it's the 10-minute mark. AG have to give this up.
Yeah, that was a beautiful premature spell one here coming in from Team US, ladies and gentlemen, catching Sheng off guard the moment he comes out of the Mirage. So something to take note of, if you die at the 10-minute mark, you are giving away control if you are ahead, and you are giving away either shadow objectives if you are behind here. So beautiful stuff here coming in from Waybo Gaming as they look to 50-50 in terms of the max objective.
Yep, and this is the success of their composition, right? So they have two mega tanks. Number one in the form of Lin Heng, right? The floorborne tank. And you also have Zimo, who not only offers tankability, sustainability, and lifesteal, he's actually able to get the kills as well. So this puts AG in a very peculiar situation because Sheng, yes, you have that Mirage, right? You're able to lock someone in a different dimension, but there is still an answer coming out from Waybo Gaming.
Exactly the case here. We see Furball being committed from the side of Zoe here, and the Matcha of Shenron is using the push and release, stabbing some of Lin Heng's damage. His health is getting chunked just so slightly here. This Matcha is scaling exceptionally well towards the mid-game stages as we speak here. But good point that you pointed out here. Zimo, even though he's a pseudo-tank, with Pure Sky, with Axe of Torment, he is still able to find these backline assassinations if Yinor or Sheng is out of position.
Yeah, look at what AG is doing, right? So AG is kind of like poised to take a fight on the backlines though.
Yeah, Shadow Sandstorm does land onto the tank of Lin Heng here. Max gets sold out by Yinor towards the side link here. 1v1 win here that AG desperately needs here as Lin Heng gets taken down 4 sides. Brings the jungle of Waybo Gaming back to life here. The Zemo clutch factor executes Yinor out of existence here as we see the clashings of both these two teams here. They are looking to find their footing in the team fight here as Zemo, he's finding kill after kill after kill. He goes into passive mode right now, executes 1 more kill. 4 kills goes into favor of Waybo Gaming.
That was a big one for the side of Waybo Gaming. And for now, it is really about damage control. So AG Shuai, the last member standing on the side of All Gamers, trying to put a little bit more pressure. He will not be able to take the tower, but it's really just, can you buy more time for the team? Because you can see the value of Waybo Gaming's draft here. Zimo, once you give him that opening, he not only offers damage, but he's able to sustain really long in the fights. But we have to talk about Yinor here. His initial flank, that was so good though.
Yeah, the drift instantly going towards the face of the Aaron, single-handedly destroying this Aaron from any team fight ratio. So even in that particular sense, 4v5 situation, Waybo Gaming's Zimo still came out on top in this team fight thanks to his aggressive build.
Yeah, he got all of the buffs through the kills as well, and that's a really scary situation for them because he had the Crimson buff, also had the Azure Golem, so the cooldown reduction on his skills was so big, the lifesteal was so ready, and it really changed the whole team fight for the side of Waybo Gaming. It was not a 5v5, but when you give Zimo so much room, AG need to be really careful about how they take fights.
Yeah, they have to really react properly when Zimo goes for that flash spell 2 onto Yinor or Sheng. Sheng is not having the best of the game right now. 0-3-1 in terms of scoreline on the Haiyue here. Still yet to see any big plays here, but an engage goes towards the Max here, just to zone off him from defending the turret here. Beautiful spell execution here to allow Yinor that space for the high ground.
Yeah, they don't really have to take a fight, and they get rid of the first puppet on the side of AG. And for now, it really is positional advantage. AG, they may have lost the team fight, but they still have a good map control. And for now, it's not really about forcing out team fights, it's really playing the map. They're buying time away.
Yep, that's playing the map, and right now, Shadow variants has been spawned once again on towards the map here. Right now, we see both of these two teams putting focus on these two objectives.
Yeah, Ran in charge of making sure.
Yep. Ultimate committed just to zone it also they can finish off this objective here. Lin Heng gets pulled in towards the Mirage, so no steal will come in for the side of Waybo Gaming's jungler here. I believe this will be a disengager coming in for the side of AG as they flash away and they take the Tyrant with ease.
Great map play once again, right? AG understanding that, hey, there's no need to take a big fight. They did come up with good protection for Sheng because they knew that the Mirage was not going to work out, right? It really, like you said before, it's just to catch Ling Heng out so that there's no 50-50 smite battle. And at this point, AG playing the map so well, they commit two different members to poke and prod onto the side of Waybo Gaming, but the actual objective is we want to take this Shadow Overlord. Even though there is Primal Bond, they have such a damaging lineup.
Beautiful map rotation here coming in for the side of all gamers here. Just like you mentioned here, poke and prod, making sure that they do not get caught out from getting that vision control, allowing the Shadow Tyrants transition fully to the Shadow Vanguard here. And right now, with their hands onto two Shadow variants, they will be looking for a big fight because in terms of combat, they are maxed out.
And they might be forced to use the ultimates in a defensive measure on the side of Waybo Gaming, which is not something you want to do, especially number one, you have a bleeding lane on the top, and number two, there is more pressure coming in from your mid and your bottom. This is where Ran is going to shine, right? And Sheng as well. The both of them have their ultimates. Ran is going to try and go on the backlines, set up a team fight, the stun from Shuai, and that puppet whirlwind.
And once again, that whirlwind is just to make sure that his team has the room to do some turret damage dealing. And right now, look at the likes of all gamers here. They know for a fact that, hey, your high ground defense is immaculate here. If you don't go for a all-in team fight, we will go for that tower chipping capability here. And that is what Shuai and AG is trying to do.
I love this defense coming in from the side of Waybo Gaming, right? So they actually get Ling Heng to push the Vanguards back a little bit so that it's out of range. They get the backdoor protection. They're then able to solo focus on one of the main lanes defending against the Shadow Vanguards. But for now, AG, they're still looking for an angle, right? But that angle, I think it depends on what is allowed because there is Mengshi. He does have rigid charge. He does have his flash as well. This could be a setup for Waybo Gaming that would change the entire plane of the game.
And this focal point will be landing onto this Crimson Golem here as we see Crimson Golem being secured and smited away by Lin Heng's Floorborn tank here. So, no fight will be committed from this side of the map here as we see both of these two teams here. They are wanting to play towards objectives only. And what is an objective? Buffs, dragons, vanguards, those are objectives here. So they won't fight without an objective focal point.
I think at this point you can kind of bait and switch, right? If you're on the side of Waybo Gaming, just get that Crimson buff, maybe the Zimo or Max as well. It will be much more valuable in their hands. And right now, AG, same thing, they funnel it into the hands of Yinor. And the timing of the buffs is so important at this critical last stage. And look at this run, he's just poking. Free damage for now. It's not going to do too much, but over time, that T3 will fall. And it forces rotation from Waybo Gaming as well.
And the Raging Sandstorm lands onto the likes of Ting Yue, forcing user the Splendor to escape from safety here. Yinor gets tagged on by the ultimate coming in from Max here, but Lin Heng goes in for a big engage onto Sheng here. Sheng forces to flash out here. Raging Sandstorm zones away for the teammates here, and Shuai is forced to back away here. Meanwhile, this is happening. Bot side turret on fire by the minions of all gamers.
Yep, look, it's really always about the subtle things that they're looking for. AG, yes, they took the fight, and once again, free damage on the T3 at the bottom. And the moment there are two bleeding lanes, Waybo Gaming will find it super hard to survive.
And look at the map state right now. All the minions are crashing towards the turret, and immediately Tyrant is spawned onto the map here. They can secure this Tyrant and convert it once again towards the lead of the Shadow Vanguard here. Immaculate map play here coming in from all gamers.
Yep, they're lucky on the side of Waybo Gaming that Swai does not have stun, but you can rest assured, AG, they can drag some fights, make sure they can get a couple of steals onto the buffs on the side of Waybo Gaming. Because right now, it's not just about your positionings. If you can take away the buffs, you get rid of the cooldown reduction, you get rid of the true damage potential from Waybo Gaming, you're able to take good fights. And having the buffs onto Zoe as well as Enoch will change the game for you.
I have to agree, and especially if the Marksman does not have the red buff or the Crimson Golem, they don't apply as well if it's on a jungler here. So as long as the red buff or Crimson Golem doesn't fall onto the hands of Max, all gamers is like, okay, take it, we don't need it. As long as it's not Max, we are more than happy for that.
And this is where you start to see, right, top tier teams on the side of KPL, they're always showing you something in your face, right? That dual-pronged approach, specifically from Shuai and whoever else on AG, showing that, hey, we're here, we're gonna cause you some problems, gonna give you some pokes, you have to deal with me. And during that period of time, they actually go for the neutral objectives.
Yep, Raging Sandstorm once again use it to zone out Max away from defending the turrets here. So right now, we see AG 3 lanes strong with Vanguards here, marching down all 3 lanes here. 1 minute before the eventual Tempest Dragon that will be spawned onto Hero's Gorge.
Yeah, Ran, he does not want to get caught out, but he just want to make sure that they have a couple of different angles, right? He will continue to poke from afar at these T3 at the bottom. The setup from Shuai is looking good.
Yeah, the Shuai here might want to commit the ultimate here just to take down the turret here, but we see Fireball here already committed towards the mid side to take down the turret here, so more turrets go into the favor of AG. If you have 3 turrets going down prior to the Tempest Dragon, that is so much wave pressure here that Waybo Gaming will be suffering, because one thing we know, minions grow stronger over time.
Yeah, and a reset, right? Now AG, all they have to do is go back and get their relevant buffs. We're going to get the Azure for the side of Zoe, get that cooldown reduction. That works wonders because you have the Wild Growth as well. And then you have the Crimson Golem buff for the side of Enoch, able to deal true damage, able to deal burning damage. And if they make a mistake on the side of Waybo Gaming, where they lose a singular member now, they instantly lose that Tempest fight.
Well agreed here, and you have to take on one more point here. Ran is always on a silent duty here, and once that bot side tier 3 high ground goes down here, Waybo Gaming, their demise will only be spelled by time itself.
Yep, they're pulling them away. Look, AG have all the problems given to the side of Waybo, and Waybo have to make so many choices. Do they go for the fight now? The wraparound is coming though.
The wraparound is indeed coming here right now. Sean goes extremely low, gets flashed on by Mengxi, but Mengxi does not find his mark right now. We see a spin come true by Strike here, but where is the follow-up damage here, as Yino has already been taken down by Lin Hong's floorboard tank here. Another member goes down for the side of Waybo Gaming here. Ma Chao exceptionally strong towards the back line here. Can he escape to safety here? Sage Sanctuary already swapped as a fast roam item here. But you look at Zoe though, putting that wave pressure here. Minions marching to top side here. But base, 20-minute minions are nowhere to be joked around. Base going extremely low. Few more hits going down. The game goes over to AG as they are the champions of KPL Summer 2025.
What a way to do it on the side of AG. This is what we're talking about. This is peak HOK. It's not just what's happening on your screen, it's also what's happening across the map as well. And AG, well deserving of the champion status here, 4-1 against Waybo Gaming.
What a way to end the series here. We talk about the game plan coming in from AG here, and right now, before your eyes, is the 5 times in a row AG back to back to back to back to back champions in the KPL scene. Their 7th title. This is your KPL Summer 2025 champions, AG from Chengdu.
Yeah, so they'll give their share of thanks for being in the grand finals on the side of Waybo Gaming. It was a valiant effort. We could see the efforts coming in. They did try, they did come up with the nice drops as well. But once again, records have been broken, legacies have been created. 5 times champion, like you say, in a row, by the way. And now they will lead the summer season of KPL 2025.
Interesting numbers as well. 5th consecutive grand final victory in the KPL scene. And in 2025, they have yet to lose or lose a BO7. Clean slate in the BO7 department here. And right now, 7th championship victory with 8th grand finals in a row here, kids.
Yes, that's a lot of impressive stats. And of course, this is a team that truly shows you that it's not just a single member that makes a difference. Yes, they have made their own individual plays, but you have to really work at it as a team in HOK. This is not a 1v5 game. Although there were a couple of moments, right? Sumo on the side of Waybo Gaming showed his youngsters as a pretty strong hero nonetheless.
Wow, what a way to end the series. That was a different way that we did not expect here, Ken. Minions are in red, and who else is in red? AG is in the red outfit as well as they march and run towards their Grand Finals trophy of Summer Season 2025.
Yes, well deserved. This is going to be the trophy lift, a first one for the side of all gamers, AG. Now this is going to be the first one of their trophy list. We'll have a second one as well. But you know what, Sagi, tell me what is most impressive about this AG team.
Everyone plays a part in making sure that this team comes into fruition here in game number 5. Even though that they were behind from the early towards the mid game, you see how they played so well. Everyone had their individual moments. But we have to hear from the players themselves how they feel right now.
当金色的雨再次为你们倾泻而下，你们用胜利诠释最炽热的信仰。千山踏遍，荣耀归来，钱塘江潮永争先，而你们始终站在顶峰，银河战舰仍在远航。
也让我们再次用热烈的掌声，恭喜成都 AG 超文会夺得2025年 KPL 夏季赛决赛冠军。
与此同时，亲爱的召唤师们，即刻前往游戏内购买参与战令，获取冠军签名信物。冠军签名将在皮肤、百里守约、真我赫兹上进行展示。
也让我们一同为他们在游戏里留下的冠军印记喝彩，再次恭喜他们！好了，朋友们，又到了和冠军对话的时刻，又到了熟悉的环节。现在麦克风也给到了我身边的轩然，哇！又拿下了一个新的冠军，现在感觉怎么样？太爽了！每一次爽的感受应该都不一样。来，我们追加一个问题：这次跟之前的爽感有什么不同吗？只能听清一个问题啊。这次和之前的爽感有什么不同吗？
也没啥不同，但是还是一句话，太爽了。
所以最爽的永远是下一次。
或许就是现在。
好，也把掌声送给轩然，谢谢。
好，接下来我们采访一下钟毅。春决的时候，你告诉我，下一个目标是挑战花海的7冠打野。现在你在 KPL 已经6个冠军了，下一站年度总决赛在向你们招手。钟毅，你对年总的展望是什么？
对年总的展望肯定是决赛吧，因为鸟巢好不容易办一次，必须得去。
必须得去。
鸟巢是我们大家所有人的梦想，想要跟他们在顶峰相见。他们指的就是现场所有 AG 的粉丝。
好的，谢谢钟毅。同时，我想问下钟毅，因为最后这一局赢下比赛，蛮有戏剧性的，能不能聊聊当时你们的脑海里在想什么？最后小兵偷水晶的时候，
夺冠的那一刻。
其实当时很惊讶吧，因为也没想到小兵能偷水晶。但是我觉得，就算小兵不偷水晶，最后的赢家还是我们，还是 AG。
这就是底气啊，朋友们！其实在，这个赛季，我们知道整体走下来，我们每一次创造辉煌的道路上，一定会有一些嘈杂的声音。这些嘈杂声音有影响到你们吗？这次克服的感觉怎么样？
这次破壳的感觉肯定还是很爽嘛，因为这赛季高手如云嘛，但是我们还是站在这。只要我们站在这，我就不允许任何人熄灭我们。
只要站在这儿，就不允许任何人熄灭。同时，
非常霸气，
也给到对手很高的肯定。但是现在他们是真正的王者。来，再往下长生。每一次长生都会有很帅的发言啊，但是每一次都会有点小波折。这样，但是我知道你已经准备好了，超绝长难句要来展示吗？
没有，
没有。这次是什么感受呢？讲一讲吧。
我觉得我们 AG 会有下一次连冠吧。
会有下一次连冠，现在已经展望到下一个轮回里。
我觉得他是想说 AG 将会不断的刷新着自己的记录。
没错没错。同时，其实我有关注啊， 每一次夺冠的时候，长生都会被旁边的热血队友激情拽起来。这次有比较意外的情况吗？
没有。
这次已经习惯了是吧？啊，非常好，来。
好，那我们把话筒给到一诺。这是你在 KPL 拿到的第6个冠军，再加上首位发育路 FMVP 及各项成就，你就是当之无愧的史一社。一诺，你觉得射手的第7件装备是什么？
队友
之间的信任。
对队友的相信，然后包括鼓励，我觉得都非常重要。
这个答案也许大家心中会有一个名字，但没有想到这个名字其实又那么的合理。那么我现在想问一下一诺，因为今天可以看到大帅在前面 MVP 的数量蛮多的，你对他今天的表现有什么样的评价呢？
我觉得他今天打得非常的好，除了朵莉亚那把。
还不忘调侃一下。
对，因为我们知道，其实一诺有跟大帅有很多的磨合和调整啊。你觉得从一开始接触到他，到现在今天又拿到个冠军，感受上有什么不同？
我感觉他一直没变吧，然后他也一直在改变。他一直没变的，我觉得是他，对这个游戏，包括赛场上的热爱，包括有自己独到的理解，他没改变的就是他的性格吧，他还是非常喜欢跟别人争辩，他有自己的观点，我觉得这就是他又没变又改变的原因。他也愿意去跟我们探讨之后，他愿意去为我们说出的想法而改变。
说到大帅，一诺也是滔滔不绝啊。
这是非常有魅力的，就像他刚刚讲到的第7件装备，就是队友，是他最大的支撑。那我想知道的是，因为今天其实也完成了3400杀的成就，还巩固了联赛接杀王的地位。大家其实对于你们能不能去进鸟巢这件事情有非常非常多的期待。你对这件事情的期待是什么呢？
我不太 care 这东西吧，
不太关心，不太关注，反而能更轻松吗？
我觉得能拿下冠军，其他这些个人荣誉都可有可无。
哇，非常大气的方言，我们把掌声送给一诺好吗？谢谢。
一诺现在心中不仅是对于团队的信任，而且他整颗心让我感觉到的都是整个团队。
是的，来吧，大帅，今天被表扬很多啊。上次圣决的时候，其实一诺就对你的表扬很多，说哇，有神站出来了。今天也是连续在操作，你觉得自己今天的表现怎么样呢？
跟他说的一样吧，除了朵莉亚那把有点失误，还可以吧。
如果说最让大家觉得惊讶的，应该是第1曲杨玉环，哇，仿佛是开了一般。大家说直接2闪找那个位置，当时你是怎么想的？能不能解答一下大家的疑问？盲探草丛。
那个波是没想到想开鲁班的，结果那里王在里面。
也是给大家解答了这个疑问。
解答了，神之操作的背后也有一些小的意外。
我还想问一下大帅啊，大帅今年呢真的是不仅给大家带来了很多的高光时刻，还给大家带来了很多的欢乐时光，对吧？之前既有过4连 MVP， 又有节目效果。那我想知道大帅啊，除了冠军以外，现在还有什么是你在意的事情？
下一个冠军吧。
目标就是下一个冠军，团队的荣誉。
是的，永远是下一个。他们一直在追逐着胜利，追逐着团队的成功。好了，来吧。
采访一下我们的教练张文玉教练，我看到您也是用到了登山者去形容每个赛季的 AG， 这样的心态是怎么去保持的呢？
就是其实每个赛季的。就我们队伍的现状是这样的，因为每个赛季就是通过对手实力强大的对手，然后找到自身的问题，然后我们每个赛季都觉得对手都很强，就是实力我觉得都很接近嘛，然后就是很多对手教会了我们很多，所以我们觉得每个赛季我们都在攀登。
而且不知道大家有没有留意到，其实战文玉教练现在已经有点大汗淋漓了，有非常多的汗珠。因为今天我们在比赛的过程当中，其实看到给到 AG 教练组镜头的时候，大家是一改以往的那种 嗑瓜子儿的常态，今天大家变得非常的严肃跟专注。哎，这个是你们赛前一个聊过的一个备战的一个心态跟状态吗？
没有啊，我们任何一场比赛都非常认真吧。对，只是镜头恰好拍到了之前的那种画面。
一切都是巧合。
而且认真且松弛。谢谢教练，我相信这样的团队气氛，这么轻松的状态，也是他们一起不断在成功的关键。
是的，让我们再一次把掌声送给成都 AG 超晚会。那么大家可以看到，刚刚空中也落下了本次冠军选手的语音卡片，大家赶紧抓取，倾听冠军选手想对你们说的话吧。
好了，亲爱的观众朋友们，接下来到了颁奖环节，我们要有请出的是 KPL 王者荣耀这一联赛负责人 KPL 联盟主席王成先生。
I think the stats for themselves really speak volumes as we go for that winning moment. So let's cover a little bit about that interview during this segment as well. As we have the prize ceremony, they will be rewarded with rings for all of them to wear.
Those rings, they look exceptionally flashy and suited for someone like AG. 5 consecutive champions, 7 title winner of the KPL region. What a insanely strong club.
Yes, and they have a 100% win rate on the 2025's best of 7s so far.
Yep. This is just insane. Like, imagine the entirety of 2025 not losing a single best of 7. That is itself an achievement that not a lot of teams can achieve.
Yes, and I think we can, as they bring their rings to the stage, that beautiful jewelry, really comprising Pressure makes diamonds, and AG really are a diamond in terms of the standards of not just KPL but HOK as well. So let's run through a little bit of the interviews. I know you guys were talking about it just now. Some of you were asking, right, what were the important points of the interview?
Well, before that, Kin, I think we have to announce the finals FMVP, and it will be none other than AG Shrine, the ruler of AG. It has to be him. Game number 1, that U1 performance. Game number 2, beautiful stuff coming in from his Sulier. And as the series go on and on and on, he was always making masterclass performance of plays, achieving that level that all the roamers look to finalize in their career in HOK.
Look at that trophy for the FMVP. This is insane. I mean, end of the day, this guy really walked the walk and walked the talk as well. He was so phenomenal on all the support he was that he played. The Junren coming in, like you said, Sulia as well. He really set the team up for success. And this is why we say, as AG, while it's not really about their individual plays, it's how they benefit off the high standards that each individual player brings, and then that synergy is just super crazy.
But let's hear what Shuai has to say after winning this award from his masterclass performance.
就是非常开心，非常激动吧。然后就是非常感谢从我职业生涯以来开始就我接触到的队友和教练嘛，然后还有我2个姐姐，就我出来打职业3年，就是家里的事我没有什么管过嘛，都是我2个姐姐替我处理。
感谢了自己的队友，感谢了教育自己的教练，也感谢了一路以来支持自己的家人们。
大帅也是一位非常懂得感恩的选手。补充一下，
还有粉丝和我们教练吧，
非常周全，还想到了大家呀。
是，那我也想问一下大帅啊。现在大家评价大帅都说你开团如喝水，你觉得一名优秀的游走选手应该是什么样子的？
就是能开能保吧。
能开能保，怎么说？一诺，大帅说，一名优秀的游走选手能开能保，你觉得他开和保做得到位吗？
对对对。
对对对，
十足的肯定啊！
那是这样的，因为我们之前听过啊，这个一诺有说过，说大帅还是挺容易的哈。
啊，对。
这次拿到了这样一个奖项，你觉得太容易吗？
啥？
大帅这次容易吗？
对啊。
什么？
上次你不是说大帅挺容易的吗？这次都拿决赛 MVP 了，你觉得还容易吗？
我上次也是开玩笑的，其实每个人能走到今天这一步都不容易，背后付出了很多汗水。
老艺术家给到充分的肯定了，哇！听到这些话，心里什么感觉？
其实我觉得还是挺容易的吧。
他自己觉得挺容易的，这家伙。
大帅偷偷说出自己的心里话。
但是其实表面上的风轻云淡和轻松，都是
背后的努力、
刻苦的努力。我们再次把掌声送给大帅，
送给孟家俊，
恭喜！好了，又到了这样的一个时刻，我相信这个冠军呢，也是整个团队的荣耀。接下来，让我们用掌声一起有请冠军俱乐部的成员们共同登台，一同举起奖杯。
We will go for a second trophy lift this time. The entirety of AG's organization will join them on stage. This is the team that's working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that AG always performs their best.
The best of the best. They have the best team in KPL history, and they also deserve the best back-end team to formulate this environment that allows AG to achieve this 7th title success, this 5th consecutive Grand Finals victory success here. And this is none other than All Gamers Chengdu Super Play presented to you on the stage, as all of them are looking onto the trophy as right now. All of AG's team, all of the players and staff will be looking to lift this trophy.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, right? So here are the things that really happened due to the success of the entire organization of AG. So one of the things that you might have missed, this happened in the interview itself. So did you know that Eno actually got his 3,400 kills in KPL? And this was asked during that interview segment exactly, right? And his response was that, you know what, it's not really about the kill achievement and being crowned the king kill in KPL. It's really about the team's pride instead of personal achievements. And I think this is really a huge difference maker for AG.
And one more thing we want to point out as well, based on the interview with Coach ZWY, how does he look at AG? Why does he coin AG as the hill climbers instead of the kings? It's because every time the regular season starts, AG always find their own mistakes from strong opponents like Wolves, like Waybo Gaming, like TTG. So that's where they grow stronger and stronger as teams go by, as the season goes by here. And that is what AG does so well in this entirety of the season.
Exactly. And one of the funny things during his interview segment was the fact that he got caught on camera sweating quite a lot, and so he was asked whether he was feeling nervous today, and he was saying, no, we are exceptionally serious in all of our series. It's just a coincidence that you guys caught it live on the camera, right? And you can't blame him, because there were a couple of things like the situation of the Winions coming in for that final moment of the game. And this was, you know, the response from Zoe on that particular situation where, you know, they asked him, what did you feel when the minions actually ended the crystal and got you guys the win? Now, Zoe actually responded saying that they did not expect the minions to get the win for them. But even if they didn't, the victory would have still fallen into the hands of AG.
That is a very cool statement to say. That just shows so much confidence in this AG lineup, in this AG team that we're seeing here. And also, talk about Stry, right? How does he feel about his performance? You ask? He say he agrees with Yino, because Yino just now said that aside from Dolia, he had a masterclass of a performance in this grand finals here. And a lot of you were questioning that skill 2 flash onto Yuhuan to catch out that Langling off guard in the bush. Was that all calculated? Stry, you know, he's very honest. He said he didn't expect it. He was wanting to catch out the Luan number 7, so it's a bit of a lucky mistake that we're talking about.
Yeah, but you definitely need luck, and you know, luck is created because they caught themselves in a very great situation. But of course, it's been fun, it's been great. You know, this day, I mean, Sagi, did you expect it to go like that?
Well, it's AG. You can never expect nothing but the best from them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is AG Super Play from Chengdu. They are your 5th consecutive champions of the KPL region, your reigning champions of the KPL Summer 2025. My name is Sagi, along with Kim Do-fu. We are signing out.
决。
欢迎来到2025年 KPL 王者荣耀职业联赛夏季赛。
这个赛季他们同心齐航，也希望他们可以走得更远一些。
今年夏天一定会给你们带来不一样的我们。加油！
这一路走来，他用伤痕铸就了勋章，感谢灵魂选手的坚守。
没想到今天超额完成了他的目标。
赛季的第一个5杀要到。近1年以来，中国快手首次战胜重庆狼队。
跨赛季22大场联手。
看不好我的话，我就目前的。
过来走！
那这句话其实也应该我对你们说，也谢谢你们出现在我的生活里。
K 加小猫没用啊，到 KPL 被人家吊打，
就是命运又在别人手上了。
其实春季赛应该已经3支，大家一起硬撑就又打完了。
千真加油！
再争一下吧，再争一下。
继续加油！
他们也没有放弃，我肯定不能倒下。
我觉得不比任何人差。
无论今天谁进，我们下一场一定要把他们赢。我觉得没问题。
我要燃尽自己，一往无前。
我有没有3秒？
恭喜成都商会晋级2025年王者荣耀职业联赛夏季赛决赛。北京微博拿下本次决赛，晋级 KPL 的决赛舞台。
握紧渺小的愿望，穿过人海和高墙，相互成为彼此的光。Waiting room， 无数次热泪盈眶，无数次把梦擦亮，跌倒失败那又怎样 ？Waiting room， 向着攀登，迎着风，心之巅峰，踩着痛，幸好有你陪我这一程。推开窗，化作最遥远星光绽放，点燃名为青春的赛场，越渴望心越烫。让遥不可及的梦想绽放，并肩而战，掀翻这巨浪，这锋芒不可挡。之间不熄灭的光，暗自与命运较量，倔强的少年就要登场。Let's wait and see. Fight for what I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.